what I told people about Children's Day, 27th of May. Some of you don't know these things, but I will teach you. Children's Day that you are celebrating coincides with the day that River State was created. That was the day that the Eastern Consultative Assembly gave Ojukwu the mandate to declare Biafra. That same day, the British intelligence got wind of it through BBC correspondent in Enugu. And Britain called Gowon and told Gowon what was happening and gave Gowon this advice, that they themselves, being the British, the best way they have used over the centuries to conquer people is by dividing them. Divide them first, then you go and conquer them. Divide and rule. And Gowon on that same 27th, children, as I told you, the reason why they call it Children's Day. People don't know how important 27th of May is. It was on that same day as they were deliberating that River State was created. That same day. Are you following? People didn't actually go to school, writing rubbish and talking nonsense about the Constitution and all that rubbish. I look at them and I laugh because they are not educated. They didn't go to school. I went to Government College of Maya, University of Nigeria and Sokoto. Of course, SBS, Iguacha, School of Basic Studies in Port Harcourt. I went to London Metropolitan University. We are well read. We are well read. We know what we're talking about. On that 27th of May, as British intelligence MI5 got wind of the fact that the Eastern Consultative Assembly had granted Ojukwu the right to proclaim Biafra on the 27th, they told Gowon to divide Biafra. That same day, and River State was created. Weak, are you listening? Because you don't know history. You're a fool. You know. This Rivers, I'm a Rivers man. How old are you? You're just like those shouting one Nigeria every blessed day. Idiotic, moronic set of people. A man is 80-something years old, older than Nigeria by over 20-something years, and I'm asking you, before you became a Nigerian, who were you? They cannot answer. That is one thing I hold against Nigerians, and I will keep on holding them until their shame will sink into them. Wike, I'm asking you. How old were you in 1967? Wike, I'm asking you. That was when your reverse was created. And you proceeded to go and start stealing properties belonging to your brothers. Because you don't want the land to kill you. That's why you said you are no longer Igbo. Idiot like you. If some of you have been following the news lately, you will see that they said it has passed the second reading or third reading, their restructuring bill. In that restructuring bill, they are now proposing to create a new state called Anioma State, with the capital in Ahaba, which some of you call Asaba, of course, because you're ignorant, you're all products of colonial rule anyway. And they plan to add it into Southeast. Ahaba, Delta State, but not River State, because Fulani is very lazy. They need to do to the rest of you what they did to Ogoni people. Then your eyes will open. By the time they'll be dealing, by the time they'll be dealing with you, you'll be shouting and nobody will listen to you. Allow Wike to keep misleading all of you like the idiots that some of you are. We used to have the same problem everywhere around the Afghan land until we said no, enough is enough. We can go on, created you, Rivers, 27th of May 1967, the same day that the lies of Frank Opigo from Okrika, for your information, and a German was in Enugu advising Ojukwu. That same period, that same day, that same 27th, Ojukwu said, what shall we call this our new nation? After they had passed the resolution. And a German, I'm saying this because of this, I'm a nation, other rubbish. I want you to listen to me very carefully. And a German rose up, Chief Frank Opigo, and said, the name of our new nation shall be Biafra. And Ojukwu asked him, why Biafra? Because Ojukwu himself, even a historian, an Oxford-trained historian, did not know. Frank Opigo whispered to him, "Not in here. I will tell you later." What Biafra means. Do you know how God works? Ojukwu did not quibble. He did not argue. If Ojukwu wanted to dominate other people, if Igbos had wanted to dominate other people, he would have just said, this new nation shall be called Igbo nation, isn't it? Now you see, these people, I don't know. That same 27th of May, 1967, that day is very, very critical, I'm telling you. As Frank Opigo and Izo was telling Ojukwu, later on I will tell you why I recommended that the name should be Biafra. And the Holy Spirit was upon Ojukwu. God was, angels from heaven were ministering to him, telling him, listen to Frank Opigo. And as soon as Chief Opigo finished, Ojukwu said the new name shall be Biafra. If Ojukwu had domineering tendencies, if the Igbos wanted to lord it over every other person, to conquer them, I think Ojukwu should have insisted on the place answering Igbo nation, isn't it? That's pure common sense, as the Fulanis are doing to the Hausa people up north. Isn't it? Of course, Ahaba is the name we told. Ahaba, Asaba is Ahaba. The name is Ahaba. Go there. If you go to Asaba tomorrow morning, you see the name there, Ahaba. Go and ask the traditional ruler. The Asaba of Asaba. Go and ask him, what is your name? He tells you. If you go to his palace, you wrote Ahaba. That's the name. Like Ahabi name. Who doesn't know that? Is it all this nonsense? These corrupt, useless Yoruba journalists are writing every day that you're reading. That's why people who are born in Lagos sometimes. To be honest with you, I don't quite see them as normal people, to be honest with you. I'm being honest with you. You know, all these people that grew up in Lagos and can all these places, they know nothing in their brain. They are the ones that will insist. The name is Asaba. It's Ahaba. Go there to Ahaba, you will see it. As you have Ahabi name. Common sense, they don't have. They claim they're educated. I went to school. I have PhD. Do you know who I am? Whereas your brain is empty. You know nothing, absolutely nothing. Ojukwu adopted the name Biafra. As Ojukwu was giving us the name Biafra, christening us Biafra, according to the advice of Chief Frank Opigo, one idiot or somewhere called Gowon is saying, I'm going to divide you. I'm going to create Cross River, and I'm going to create Ogoja State, and I'm also going to create River State. True or false? We can. I throw like you. What do you know? You go on channels and you're talking like somebody that fell from a parliament that fell from palm tree. I throw like you guys. You claim you're a lawyer. You know nothing. Absolutely nothing. Your brain is empty. Absolutely empty. That is why a fellow man like Tambu will useless your backside, because you're an idiot. You're a complete fool. You know nothing. I feel sorry for those you are deceiving. Poor students. You raise in the zoo, you go to NYAC, your brain is empty, you know nothing. Absolutely nothing. You don't know your history. You don't even know the history of your own village. We should start by asking, what is the history of my village? I know where we come from. My village. I kept asking my father before he...
All right, good morning to you, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your time zone. Welcome back to my channel. So we are live and we are direct this hour simply because we want to cover up all the things that happened yesterday. And some of you already, you are aware that yesterday being 30th of May, that is the day that was mapped out by Mike Arnold and Master Gano's lawyer,
the history of December for
the according to them, that they are going to have what is called the Sokoto Declaration. And because of the other event that took place yesterday, we were unable to cover that. So I am here this hour, this morning, the afternoon, evening, depending on your time zone, to cover up. And we are going to go through it because no knowledge is a waste. If you had paid attention when McArnold was when he visited us here, I asked him a question about this issue of Sokoto declaration. He answered me. He said that I should wait, okay, after yesterday being 30th to see what it means. That there's no point to tell me that why they're gonna have something in that regard. So it has happened. Now I am encouraging you to like the video and of course subscribe to this channel if you are new. Please, very important. But before then, I have to greet my brothers, okay, on the comment section, which happen to be Franco Koye. I greet you one, but I have seen your comments. Not one, not two. I think you have a series of them here. Starting from this one, you said happy Sunday Massacre. Then after that, you said again, there were genuine Biafrans. And then again, your comment again. We are still on the celebration of our heroes day. Then again, you put another comment, kind of the voice that is crying in the wilderness, also the prophet of our time. Again, your comment here, as you join, hit like button to invite others. Exactly. Thank you so much. And we have another person, John Wodo. John Wodo said, yeah, thanks for your sensations. Thanks for your sensations. I hope I got it right. And then again, you said, okay, that's Franco Koye, our international leader. Our internal leader, Dim Chukwemeka Odumegwu Chukwu, continue resting on. Thank you to have, he said, thank you to have listened to Frank Obigo for the Biafra as a selfless leader. Now, please, we have other people, of course, here in the comments. Dixon said, oh, Biafra, you're welcome. And Namdi too said, good morning, Maz. Good morning to you. So I welcome all of you. Please make sure you like the video and subscribe if you're new. So let's quickly start the the program that brought us here. Listen, please, very important.
Good evening, great Biafrans and wonderful people. I welcome you this evening. Today is the 30th day of May, a great day indeed, a day that we have been waiting for and anticipating. Finally is here. And we are here, of course, to do the right thing. As we are coming up, the same way we are trying to ensure that everything is the way they're supposed to be. So bear with us as we are trying to fine-tune everything. On that note, I want to welcome you all, and I want to say welcome to Biafra Radio. We are live and we are direct, of course. The whole world is listening. Today, indeed, is a great day. And when I say a great day, it is because it is the day we are making the declaration. Of course, we call it Sokoto Declaration. And it's something we are not taking lightly at all. It is something indeed we are hoping for and believing that there is a new dawn, and that new dawn is here. And of course, as you all know, that our friend, if I may call so, and our brother, because he is one of us, Mike Arnold, is also with us this evening to do justice, of course, to this declaration. And very soon I'm going to bring him up to you, and of course he will join us and then introduce himself. And of course I have other people who are joining me this evening, and of course I'm going to bring each and every one of them up to introduce themselves. Very, very important. But before I start, I want to thank you all for joining us, and as you are joining, please try as much as you can to share this broadcast on all platforms. Invite your friends, because humanity needs to listen to us this evening. All right, without wasting time, let me go to our brother Mike Arnold just to confirm if he can hear me. Good evening, Mike. From here, can you hear me?
Good morning from here. Yes, sir.
All right, Mike can hear me. And then, of course, you are welcome to Biafra Radio. and very soon I'm going to give you the platform. But before I do that, let me just introduce, or rather allow the people who have joined us so far to introduce themselves. I have Maxwell Dede. Mr. Maxwell, you're welcome to Biafra Radio. Please, if you can introduce yourself quickly, so that we can go on as fast as possible. Mike have another engagement, and we don't want to keep him long. Maxwell, if you can hear me, can you introduce yourself? All right. If they cannot do it now, we can also always do it later. And I don't know if Mazi George Ume is here. So Mazi George Ume is here. And I will bring him up also to introduce himself as well. All right. I have also Charles Demuzo. A lot of people I have here. And please, 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 I will crave for your indulgence because our guest, Mr. Arnold, have another engagement. I will allow him to come up and do the needful. I will allow him to come up and do what he has to do. As soon as he is done, then of course, I will bring everybody up to introduce themselves. So I crave for your indulgence because of time factor. Mike, the whole world is listening and the floor is all yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to jump right into it, and this is a direct recitation. The Sokoto Declaration, a call to rise up and free the land known as Nigeria, declared today, May 30, 2026, jointly issued by Mazi Nnamdi Okwu-Kanu and Earthshaker Mike Arnold. We come from different worlds. One of us, Mazi Nnamdi Okwu-Kanu, was born to be in Biafra as a Biafran, and now sits in a prison cell built to silence him. The other, Mike Arnold, was born in the United States of America, where this declaration is being delivered, and has crisscrossed the ocean 16 times because what he saw here would not let him leave. We did not walk the same road, yet we have arrived at the same conviction. Today, we speak as one to every person of conscience on this land, every tribe, every region, every faith. We share one enemy and one future. When darkness covers a people, when truth tellers are jailed, when government's full-time work is hiding mass graves, that is the hour when boldly speaking truth can topple tyrants and set the people free. That hour is now. It is time to rise. The hour demands it. The scale of suffering is staggering. Hundreds of thousands killed in recent decades alone. Millions displaced from their ancestral homes. This darkness has many faces. The historical legacy of jihadist conquest, Boko Haram, ISIS affiliates, armed Fulani militias, lobbyists in Washington, and tyrants in Aso Rock who enriched themselves while denying the dead. By 1900, the Sokoto Caliphate was among the largest slave societies in modern history. The genocidal Biafra-Nigeria War claimed some 3.6 million lives, according to official estimates, with Irish missionaries putting the figure closer to 5 million. Many through starvation. Since 2009, credible reports document more than 180,000 deaths, more than 19,000 churches burned or destroyed, and the displacement of as many as 10 to 12 million people from their ancestral homes. Children grow up in squalid camps the regime denies exist, surrounded by the ideology that murdered their parents. This is not farmer-herder conflict, not climate change, not a misunderstanding. This is conquest, one of the longest patterns of targeted violence and displacement in modern history. It ends now. This violence is not inevitable. It is the result of choices that can be confronted and reversed by the sovereign will of the people. We hold these truths. Every human being on this land, every tribe, every tongue, every faith, is made in the image of God and possesses inherent dignity and the right to life, liberty, and self-determination. Every person has the right to live in peace in the homes of their fathers. The displaced must return home. Their safe return and full restoration come before all other national work. Until they are safe, with justice and restitution, nothing else is finished. We acknowledge without hesitation or qualification the pain, suffering, and injustice endured by the oppressed of every tribe, every ethnic group, and every region across this land. No community holds a monopoly on grief. From north to south, east to west, millions have borne the weight of violence, corruption, neglect, and broken promises. Their blood, their tears, and their stolen futures cry out for justice just the same. They too are entitled to freedom, dignity, and security, no less than any Biafran, no less than any Nigerian. We do not seek liberty for one people alone, but for all who suffer under injustice. The society we demand is one rooted in freedom, equity, justice, fairness, and the uncompromising supremacy of the rule of law. These ideals are not optional. They are irreducible, non-negotiable, and the minimum standard we demand from those who govern and from ourselves. A government is legitimate only with the consent of the governed. When it arms killers, bulldozes camps of displaced citizens, and pays foreign press agents to deny mass graves, it has lost the right to govern. Self-determination is not a crime. It is fundamental, inalienable right enshrined in the supreme law of the land and in binding international instruments solemnly ratified by Nigeria herself. Nigeria's constitution, the apex legal instrument of the federal republic, declares in unambiguous terms that sovereignty and power belong to the people, not to any cabal looted and rigged its way to Abuja. Beneath the Constitution sits the African Charter on Human Rights, Human and People's Rights, which occupies the second highest position in the hierarchy of Nigerian law. What makes this even more damning is an innocuous but explosive provision in Nigeria's own Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act of 2022, Section 2, Subsection 3F, expressly provides that any act which constitutes a breach of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights is, by that very fact, an act of terrorism under Nigerian law. Let the world hear this clearly. Article 20 of the African Charter guarantees the right to self-determination, and the continued systematic violation of this right against Biafrans and all other Nigerians, including the persecution and imprisonment of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, places the Nigerian state in direct self-inflicted violation of its own anti-terrorism legislation. The regime that accuses others of terrorism is itself culpable of inflicting terrorist acts upon a people peacefully demanding their God-given and constitutionally protected. A free vote is not violence. Speaking truth is not terrorism. It is the denial of these rights that constitutes the real terrorism. No ideology that demands death for words, death for faith, or death for tribe has any claim on the future of this land or any other. The wealth under this ground belongs to the people who live on it. Every barrel taken under cover of massacre is theft. Every kilogram of ore dug from under the homes of the displaced is soaked in innocent blood. Every dollar that flows to foreign accounts while children starve is theft. No one is coming to save us. No outside power will hand us our freedom. No foreign capital will grant our wishes. Waiting for rescue is colonial thinking, a habit of the chained mind. The world may help. It may not. We do not wait. Power is never given. It is built. It is taken. The cost. Freedom is not free. It never has been. It will not be now. Those who broke the chains of apartheid did not do it by waiting. Those who faced dogs and hoses in Birmingham did not do it by hoping. Those who walked to the sea at Dundee did not do it by asking permission. They counted the cost. Many paid it. The world changed. Now is the hour for this land. How we fight determines what we build. We do not call for violence or vengeance. We do not call for chaos. We reject the methods of those we oppose because no true freedom has ever been won with unjust hands. But we are not pacifists. Every people has the God-given right to defend its life, protect its families, secure its communities with overwhelming lethal force if the moment demands it. We affirm that right without apology and without condition. Peace is not passivity. Peace is strength under restraint. We reject not force, but unjust aggression. We refuse revenge that poisons every cause it enters. There's a wide line between defending the living and becoming what we oppose. Know that line, walk it, hold it. We call for courage to name evil in your village, your church, your mosque, your government, in your own thoughts when fear whispers silence is safer. We call for real unity. Every soul of conscience on this land suffers under the same darkness. Do not let it continue to divide. Stand together or fall apart alone. To our Biafran brothers and sisters, public infighting must end. Every perceived division among you is a gift to the darkness. Every faction fighting another faction is doing the enemy's work for him. You were never each other's enemy. The cause is too great, the cost too high, the hour too late. Unite under one sense of purpose or risk surrendering the future you seek to build. We call for courageous, coordinated, disciplined, and unrelenting resistance. Peaceful where possible, defensive where necessary. In the streets, at the ballot box, in every international forum, in every courtroom that will hear the evidence, in every church and mosque silent too long. Online and on the ground, darkness rules by your silence and fear. Withdraw both. We call for the transformation of governance on this land. The people must assert their sovereign will through coordinated, disciplined, and unrelenting pressure. Change must come via the peaceful but unstoppable force of a united people, supported by moral clarity and, where possible, international oversight, through legal and democratic action, through an internationally supervised process for a new constitutional framework and genuine self-determination, through the kind of moral force that has toppled tyrants before and will topple them again. We call on the world, every government, every faith, every human rights body, every person of conscience to stand with the people of this land, not with the evil regime, with its people. We understand we will not wait for you, and we will remember. Stand with us today or watch us rise without you. To those who hold power, history is watching, and it is not kind to those who choose the wrong side of it. Pharaohs do not win in the end. They never have. You know this. Behind the lobbyists and the propaganda and the billions stolen from the ground while your own people starve, you know this. To those in authority, history shows that no regime built on fear, division, and plunder endures forever. The path of repentance and reform remains open. Choose justice over power, accountability over impunity, and the healing of this land over its continued bleeding. This regime once put on the record, and I quote, "Starvation is a legitimate weapon of war, and we have every intention of using it. Only the methods have changed. The blockade became burned villages, bombs became bulldozers. The darkness continues. In Europe, the right side ended the Holocaust, wrote history books, and the world was forced to reckon. Here, the wrong side won, and the world has never reckoned with the millions murdered. That reckoning starts now. The question is not whether this land will be free. It will be free. The only question is, what will it cost? And who will answer for what was done? What freedom looks like. Whenever the people of this land have been free, wherever they have, in medicine, law, engineering, finance, the arts, among the most educated and entrepreneurial people on earth, they do not merely survive, they excel. But it is not happening here because darkness won't let them. Break it and watch what happens. The North, liberated from the grip of terror, its people free at last to build rather than conquer. The Middle Belt healed, its dead remembered, its living come home, its farms restored, its churches rebuilt. The South rising, its resources belonging at last to those who live on the ground. A new constitutional order written by the people through genuine consent that respects self-determination while enabling cooperation. When this land is free, the people will not merely survive, they will lead. The benevolent giant of Africa, a multi-ethnic democracy rooted in peace, righteousness, and human dignity, putting $1 trillion of God-given wealth to work for its people and for the world. No longer a burden or a threat, a partner, a beacon to every people still waiting for their own long night to end. The free world needs this land free. The land needs the free world to finally show up, not for the oil, not for the minerals, but for its people. This is not a dream. It is what these people already are. Everywhere they are free. Let us finally bring that freedom home to the people. Gird yourselves. The road is not short. It is not easy. Count the cost and be willing to pay it anyway. The cost of surrender is higher. It always is. Be the good ones. Be the honest ones. Be the ones found on the right side when this is over and the true history is written. Do not become what you oppose. Do not let this cause be captured by hatred, by tribalism, or by the hunger for power and personal gain that corrupts every movement that forgets its founding purpose. The cause is life. The cause is liberty. The cause is the right of every human being on this land to live in peace in the home of their fathers, to worship freely, to vote freely, to build freely. That cause is worth everything. Bring the displaced home, end the killing, break the darkness, draw the boundaries of peace by consent, by the voice of the people, the only authority that matters. The long night is ending. Let us stand together, not in hatred or narrow tribalism, but in defense of life, liberty, and the right of every human being to live in peace in their ancestral lands, to worship freely, and to build a future of dignity. May the God of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Arodi, Areli, and Eri, who delivered Israel from Pharaoh, grant us wisdom, courage, restraint, and unity to deliver his people once again.
Very, very much. That was great. And of course, it is a message of hope. I must tell you, a message filled with, promises, something to look forward to the future. Mike, I want to ask you to maybe talk to me. What would be your advice, to the world leaders? Because everybody is watching. And as I'm telling you right now, this is going viral. What would be your advice to the world leader regarding to what is happening in Nigeria this day? I mean, your message is full of hope, and it's a peaceful one indeed. We're not advocating for violence. We're advocating for, internationally recognized legal framework of doing what you are saying. So if you may, can you please talk to the world leaders, if by any chance they get to listen to this? What are you expecting from them?
Look, there is no denying, the world knows, history shows that there is no place on earth that has been dumped on, looted, divided, subjugated, raped, abducted, enslaved, looted than the continent of Africa. In the 1800s, the European powers sat in Berlin and divided it up like a pie. Not one African was present, and they just marked out on the map who gets to loot and rape and extract and dump wherever they want. They divided it up, and it's been that ever since. The people, first of all, the world needs to know they tend to lump, there's Africans, there's so much diversity within Africa. Considering, for example, the one tribe, the Igbo in West Africa, compared to, say, Somalians, is like comparing the Norwegians and the Sicilians in Europe. Just because they share a similar skin tone and a continent doesn't mean that they have any similarity. So there's such a tapestry, and there's beauty in every single part of it. And there's strength. There's so many resources. These people have never had a chance to, since Europe got involved, had a chance to show what they truly are and what they can be. And if you look through history, the Igbo people, I'll just use as an example because it's Remembrance Day, had bronzes, metal casting techniques far more sophisticated than Europe way earlier. They had a amazing form of self-governance based on consent and community, very advanced, all kinds of written language and architecture and agriculture, quite sophisticated culture until the Europeans came and just demolished everything effectively. This has to end. There is no way the world can be a safe place or a just place for anybody as long as Africa is continued to be dumped on. Nigeria is the bellwether. It is the leader. And as goes Nigeria, so goes Africa. Nigeria today is at a crossroads, and this is unmistakable. And
all right, so let me just add something before we can proceed, because many of you, what Makano said, before then, I greet all of you on the comment section. Those of you that just joined us, and I can see Triple M, Menangozi, our mommy, I greet you. And all of you on the comment section, my greetings to you. Please make sure you like this video, and of course, subscribe if you are new. You see, Mike Arnold says similar things when he, the program that we had together, he talked about unification, coming together to understand that we are actually chasing one thing. Of course, which I told him that it's a good thing. It sounds good, but you need to also understand that some of us don't want that peace. Some want to use Biafran movement to climb. To that meaning that they want people to see them, to know them, but in their mind, they want to be popular for political position. Some just want to cash out, like waiting for, okay, let me just be talking about Biafra, maybe somehow government will put a call to me, then I will not sell out and make money. Different opinion, different intention, different agenda. So I'm not against unification. I'm not against togetherness. It's a very good thing. But you can only work with people that share the same belief system with you. Those who have different agenda, it will be more difficult for you to work with them. Ask yourself this question, in case if you don't understand what I'm trying to say. What is that thing that will make somebody who followed PM and the person know that PM, this is pattern to follow, this is what PM suggested, only for the person just to say, I have to go back to plan it again, as if the plan that PM planned before is maybe right. They take them on unaware. They don't know that this is a pattern, this is method, this is steps that you have to follow to achieve that. So some of us, after the interview that we had with Mike Arnold, I have seen a lot of, I have watched a lot of people comment from different angles, saying, or some of them even saying something that is kind of irritating. I watch it, I receive some of them, a lot of information, which I'm not gonna go there, because if I'm to go there, it may raise a very dangerous dust. So I don't want to talk about it, but one thing you need to understand is that nobody's sending me. Do you understand? Nobody's sending me. And nobody preached to me to open a platform. And I am not saying that I am above mistake. Do you understand? But at least I still know my name. Yeah, I still know my name. So you have to right to your opinion. Mike Arnold, to the best of my knowledge, is a blessing. He's a blessing in the sense that he's not saying what he's saying because he wants to be like you. He don't need to be like you. And remember, you are not Dole Biafrans. Biafrans, you see DOS members, they're not like DS. In as much as it's difficult to accept that some of them may mean may actually want Biafra. But due to their level of understanding and their lifestyle, they don't know how to go about it. But if you place freedom of Biafra and Nigeria, some of them genuinely may want Biafra. But because of one or two things, if anything, they're now sabotaging. Believing that their sabotage will not cause any harm. That's the mistake they're making. Because even one sabotage, a sabotage you displace in maybe within a minute can cause 100 hours to fix it, to correct it. But it takes you only a minute to sabotage, to carry out that sabotage. But to correct that error may take 100 hours or even 100 days. You do understand? So anything about sabotage, please avoid it. Avoid it, like just avoid it. It's not good. So my Arnold, I was eager to know what is this Sokoto declaration. You can hear him, right? Very, very important. So we're gonna continue. All right. And don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Normally, we don't come live this hour, right? But we have to, because there's other things that we may love to do, maybe within the day, maybe in evening, towards evening, something like that.
It is profound. It will either become a exporting giant of terror and darkness, or it'll become a beacon of light for the world. Everywhere the Nigerians settle around the world, everywhere they go, they rise to the top, and they do it with excellence. They do it with integrity. I'm blessed right now to be in a gathering of diaspora Nigerians in the United States.
I see you.
The most professional, sharp, and incredible yet humble, gracious, generous people you'll ever meet. Why can't they do that back home? Why can't they build a true Wakanda? And the answer is they can, and they will. But this stranglehold has to be broken. This scourge of Islamic terror and extremism must be stopped. It is a cancer on the world. It is a cancer that's going to continue to spread. Nigeria has a trajectory that is unstoppable. It is the 6th largest nation on earth, on track to be the 3rd largest by 2050. It is mineral oil rich. It has so much going for it. It's going to be a dominant force in the world, and right now is being decided. Will that dominant force be darkness, or will it be light? And I stand today and call on every human of conscience in this world. Let's work together to make it a nation of light, a continent of light. It's possible. They want to do it. All we must do is let them decide, let them be themselves, get out of the way, uproot the garbage that we've sown into it for generations, help them heal, help them stand, and help them build, and the world will be a safer, better, and brighter place.
Thank you very much for that, Mike. And also, I know so many people will be sitting out there saying, what does he know about Nigeria? Now, I know you've told me this before, how long you've been in Nigeria and how many times you've been over there. I want you to tell the world and show them, or rather let them understand your knowledge about that part of the world. Because you are talking not only what is written on the book, but you're talking out of experience, and I'm talking many years of experience. Please go ahead. Let the world understand your knowledge, your vast knowledge of that part of the world. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. And first, I must say, I can only say that I believe God has called me for this time and place. I'm nobody special. I'm not a PhD. I'm just a guy. But God has called me there. And my first trip to Nigeria was in 2010, and I couldn't find it on a map before then. I didn't know the difference between Nigeria or Swaziland. It was just an African country. And I was like so many others who, they're just black, couldn't distinguish or differentiate. And also the lie that's provably false, that, oh, they just kill each other, that's just what they do. That's not true. In fact, history shows that if you want to look at the statistics, the continent that does a much better job at killing each other is Europe. Exponentially more Europeans have been killed by other Europeans in the last century than Africans. They just do it more organized and civilly, you know, just one battle that kills 100,000 people. So yeah, get that out of your head. They're not. This is not inborn. This is inflicted. I've been to Nigeria since 2010. I've been there 16 times, all over the country, in depth, and not as some journalist taking notes, but as a missionary on the ground, with the people, in the IDP camps denied by the government, in the churches and the villages, in the communities stricken by genocide, even prisons, even a leper colony. And I've also, in the process, been blessed to connect with so many Nigerians and other African diaspora citizens here in the United States, connect with them and really see who they really are. And it's taken my breath away. It's a remarkable place, remarkable people, historic injustice, generational injustice. And it's really not, I mean, just go and find a Nigerian diaspora community nearby and go meet them, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Now, in recent years, I've been called by God to dig into and try to tell the stories of the displaced. And that has taken me on a remarkable journey. I have met and spent considerable time, corresponded with former presidents, two of the most historic ones, General Gowan twice, and Goodluck Jonathan in his living room, governors, cabinet ministers, kings, senators, congressmen, across the board, highest and the lowest. And so I speak from experience. I speak from observation. I'm an educated man. I have a master's degree, and I have a long ago an investigative journalism background. So I dig, I research, I read. But what I'm saying, I believe, though, is self-evident. There's no secrets I've revealed here. There's no hidden knowledge. It's all public knowledge. It's all visible right on the surface if you just look past the lies, look past the spin, and look at the reality. I believe any human being will come to the same conclusions I've come to.
Excellent. All right, Mike, I just have maybe one or two more questions before I let you go, because I know you still have other engagement. What I want to ask you, I want you to clarify this, or rather debunk. There has been this narrative that is being, pushed, even here in South Africa, even their media house. Whenever there is a slaughter in Nigeria, the Fulanese killing, the home people, the indigenous people, they will say it is, what do you say? They say it's farmers and Fulanese headmen's clash. That's what they say. But we know this is a terrorism act. It has nothing to do with farmers and, the headmen. So please, if you can just clarify this to the hearing of the whole world, because this is the narrative they are pushing. I mean, they don't call them terrorists here in Nigeria. They call them bandits. I'm like, what the hell is bandits? I mean, how do you call somebody who comes to a village, slaughter the whole village, a bandit? Then if I don't know what terrorism is, then I'm not going to be a lawyer. Please go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. Yeah. And I would encourage every person who cares to just look deeper but also step back and look at the big picture. And to really answer that, I'll do a brief walkthrough of Nigerian history, so people can understand the foundation of the lies today. So when the British and the other Europeans carved up Africa like the Christmas turkey, each fighting for the juiciest part that they could rape and loot, the British got the area today we call Nigeria. It was never called that until the administrator's girlfriend gave it that name. But they found a diverse collection, and we call them tribes, but it was nations. These were sovereign nations. You had the Hausa, the Yoruba, the Igbo, and many others that self-governed just fine. And the British, in their delusional, godlike thinking, divided this region into two protectorates. There was never a colony. They never sought to export any goodness from whatever goodness their culture has. They just sought to take. And the North and the South is how they divided. The North, let's look at the history there. It was controlled, and still is, by a Dark Ages feudal radical Islamic caliphate. In 1804, a man named Usman Dan Fodio, a Fulani teacher, scholar, warrior, started this jihad. The numbers are hard to pin down because no one wants to tell the truth. But as many as 250,000 people were killed and died as a result of this jihad. Millions enslaved. In fact, in history, it stands as the single largest enslaver of Black Africans in history, actually capturing free Black people and making them and selling them as slaves. There's never been a greater source of that evil on this earth than the Sokoto Caliphate. And it still trades in slaves today. At its peak, at least half its population, 2.5 million people, as many as 2.5 million people, were slaves. That's what the caliphate is built on. That's what the ideology builds on. Usman Dan Fodio built this caliphate, at the time the largest pre-colonial empire in Africa, bigger than Pharaoh's Egypt by many measures, which you've never heard of. Gee, I wonder why. Dan Fodio specifically built it to fill the Islamic prophecy of the coming of the Mahdi. That's the Islamic jihad messiah that's going to have a base of operations, a launch pad, gather the black flags of the world, and then take over the world, a total global conquest jihad. That is Islamic theology, prophecy. And Dan Fodio built the caliphate for that purpose. The British found this brutal Sharia warlord North and a vibrant, friendly, egalitarian, entrepreneurial South. They used the South. They embraced English, Christianity, sipping tea at tea time. They do drive on the correct side of the road, so yeah, that's good. But the British found this, and the South became their friends. Specifically, the Igbo tribe in the Southeast became the agents of the empire. They were the ones that got the education and went around Nigeria and helped run the machinery of the empire. Along the way, in the early 1900s, for administrative efficiency, for extraction efficiency, the British lumped all these formerly independent nations and people groups together in one protectorate, and the administrator's girlfriend said, "Hey, let's call it Nigeria." And that's where the nation of Nigeria came from. Fast forward 1950s, two things happened. One, the British were in the strategic downsizing of this, on paper, giving these nations independence. They never let go of the extraction. But something else happened. Oil was found in the Southeast, one of the largest oil reserves on earth. And the people that were the friends of the British sat on top of it. But the problem was they were entrepreneurial. The problem was they would process this stuff. They would rise. They truly could be today if they were left alone. You see Wakanda, they could be a Wakanda. They have that potential. But the British didn't want that. They wanted cheap oil. So at independence, and this is fully historic fact, they gave control to the Caliphate North. They made sure that it maintained control. They're enforcers. And that was in 1960. And it was bad. It was brutal. It was unfair. The Igbo, the Southeast, to express themselves, sought some independence, sought some, hey, let's make this a loose federation. Let's just do our own thing and work together where we can. That was rejected until 1966. The Caliphate-led North did a pogrom and killed tens of thousands of these Igbo that were stationed around the country working for the British. They massacred tens of thousands, about half of them children. Not in many cases, the military, federal military, stood and watched. In many cases, they participated. It was a bloody pogrom. What the Igbo had no other option. They retreated. Millions retreated back to their fatherlands. And ultimately, when they could not get recognition, they could not get a voice, they could not get any peace, they declared independence. The British had a choice. Do we stay with our friends who speak our language, who worship our God, who have run our machinery and embrace our education and our culture? Do we back those people that sit on top of the oil? Or here's what we can do: federalize the oil and give control to the North. And that's exactly what they did. They federalized the oil, which is ironic because hard minerals, the lithium and all, is not federalized. That belongs to the people that on the ground. Why? Because it's all in the North. So either way, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. The North has the oil, the North has the minerals. And that's the way they set it up. And the British backed the North, armed them, supported them, covered for them internationally, who enforced a blockade around Biafra, the declared independent region. Totally shut off any aid coming in, any food coming in. And in the course of 30 months, they were shooting down Red Cross aid planes. In the course of 30 months, this is documented. The accepted number, generally accepted, that the British will say it's just 1 million starved to death. But some say as many as 5 million. It's generally accepted 3 million, mostly children, between 1967 and 1970 were starved to death. Look up the pictures. So that the British could keep extracting the oil with the Caliphate in control. Historical fact. No other way to look at it. That's what happened. You've never heard about it because they won't let you, because they won and they wrote the history books. But that is the history of Nigeria, and that's as it sits today. They finally didn't break their backs, but they won that. They confiscated the wealth of the South, be precise. And on the map it's the South, but the Nigerians call it the Southeast. Gave them each 20 pounds, told them to start over. Don't say a word about this. In fact, it's so horrific that today is Biafran Memorial Day. It's the remembrance of heroes and heroines and the dead. It's a somber day, a generation wiped out in the lifetimes of many people still living today. And the Nigerian government has declared it a crime if they gather today in Nigeria to commemorate this day. It is a crime to remember the dead, according to this regime. That is pure evil. That caliphate today, if you put it together in history, the unbroken jihad waged by Dan Fodio is unbroken to today. Put the history back in its place, and you'll see that this is the longest running genocide on earth today, and one of the largest. As many as 6 million killed in this effort to build a launch pad for the Mahdi. Today, the black flags of the earth have assembled there. According to Sunni theology, the likely and the most obvious interpretation, this is the only place on earth today that the Mahdi can come from, the final global jihad. And it's pretty evident that that's why they're gathered there. That's why they're purging not only Christians, but the Muslims who won't join them. These people need to be remembered and honored as well. The statistics show about 120,000 Christians killed, about 60,000 Muslims. So that this is a evil that cuts across faiths, and that's why they're cleansing the land, so that they can then welcome the Mahdi and launch the global jihad. That's what's happening in Nigeria today, Everything else that you hear is spin. They're spending $10 million today, at least in the United States alone, on high-powered lobbyists to lie and spin and call these survivors opportunists in politics. And I mean, it's satanic, the messaging they're going out. They have buried this, and they will continue to bury this because the truth will not allow them to keep power. The truth, when the light is finally seen, this evil regime will collapse, and it must collapse. But that's why people don't know what's going on there. This is a very, very big thing. It's been going on for a very long time. You know, if the Germans had won World War II, any talk of the Holocaust would be considered a conspiracy theory. Let me say that again. If the Germans had won World War II, any talk of the Holocaust would be a conspiracy theory, and they would punish you for talking about it. They would outlaw people gathering together to remember the dead. Just what this regime is doing, because the wrong side won this war, and the Holocaust there has been buried. We have to not bury it anymore. We have to shine the light.
Thank you very much, Mike, for telling our story. And we always say never again. And we also say we will never forget as we mark the, Biafran Heroes and Heroines Day, today, the 30th of May, 2026, like we always do every year, orchestrated, of course, by our Supreme Leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Thank you for telling the story the way it is. All right, I think this will be the last question, so I can let you go. Mike, I want you to advise, all the people that are listening to you today, especially those from that part of the world called Nigeria, what should be their attitude? Because everybody has to put their hands on the deck to ensure that this declaration is achieved. It doesn't worth listening only and you do nothing. There got to be something each and every individual has to do to make sure that we achieve this declaration. We need to put hands together. What would be your advice? And thereafter, then you can now give us your closing remarks. Thank you, Mike. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So there's a lot in the declaration. I would encourage you to read it, study it. I'm impressed by the brilliant mind of Nnamdi Kanu. We've been working together on this document. First of all, start with a vision. The Israelites did not yet. They made bricks in Egypt for a long time, but when the Promised Land finally came into their vision, into their view, when it was promised, is finally when they left Egypt. And you are trapped in bondage today. Every Nigerian, pretty much every African, is trapped in bondage of this stranglehold that's been inflicted on you. There is a better way. Better is possible. Great is possible. I believe it's inevitable. You can be great. You can be free. You can be prosperous. You can be peaceful. I believe you should be, and I believe it's the right thing. And I believe it's inevitable. Don't let the generations of oppression steal that spark of hope, that spark of ambition. I know it's there. I see it in Nigerians. Cultivate that. Talk of the bigger things. Talk of the better things. Share that hope and that vision and ambition, not just in your own mind, but with your family, with your friends, and your church. All of it. Strive towards that and operate from that vision. Don't engage the evil powers with the same tactics that they use. This is not vengeance. This is not, seeking some kind of cosmic justice and punishing. Not at all. That's what they do. Don't be like them. Be better. Here's a fact. And I've studied this stuff. Non-violent uprisings have more than twice the chance of succeeding than violent ones. Non-violent uprisings. Gandhi, MLK, let them be your example. Jesus, let them be your example. Not because it's the right thing to do, because it is, but because it's also the way that it works. This is how you can achieve your freedom. But Don't bow anymore. Look, freedom's not free. Some people it costs everything. When the Americans went to liberate Europe from the Nazi scourge, many Americans, had to lay down their lives on the beaches of Normandy and all the way to Berlin. The cost, freedom is not free, but it is worth every cost. It is worth everything. Gird yourself. There is no such thing as darkness. Study it in physics. It is the absence of light. Every one of us carries light. Sometimes it's buried deep, but cultivate that light. Let that light shine. The light is love. The light is truth. And in the end, that wins. Be the children of the light, and the darkness will end. I'm not going to tell everybody specifically, here's the action plan. You can go to SokotoDeclaration.com and see some of the mechanics that can be employed to achieve liberty. But truly, it's an individual choice. When you no longer bow, and when you no longer allow the seeds of division to grow between you, it breaks my heart to see what this evil regime has done. And I'm standing today with the Igbo people because it's Igbo Biafran Remembrance Day, and I call on every human being today to stand in their shoes, not for politics, not for division, but for unity. Stand in their shoes. So I'm that's why I'm standing with these people today. But to see in the United States, we wrestled with and we largely beat the scourge of racism. In Nigeria, they divide by tribe. And it pains me to see the hatred thrown around tribe to tribe. And there's no place for that. That is how they keep you down. There is goodness in every person. There's goodness in every tribe. And there's flaws and bad things, no doubt about it. But build on the goodness. Build on the goodness. Build something together. Stand together. Stop saying, oh, they're Igbo. Oh, they're Yoruba. Oh, they're Hausa. Oh, they're Fulani. They're human beings. They're human beings. And I believe deep inside, all yearn for the same thing. They yearn for peace and freedom and respect. Behave that way. Honor that among each other. And that's the thing this government, that's the thing the darkness fears the most is unity. Stop reacting the way you've been programmed to react, the colonial thinking and the divided thinking. Please pray, get on your knees, whoever you pray to, open your eyes and stand up. Stop bowing. Stop settling for less. Stop settling for okay. You can and should be the very best. And that's possible. I believe now is the time. There's a historic window today for the people of Nigeria to stand up and throw off the shackles once and for all and emerge as perhaps the greatest nation. There's so many examples of incredible achievement in a short period of time in other nations. Look at Singapore, from the poorest to the wealthiest in one generation. I believe that's the potential and the destiny of the land we call Nigeria today. And it's in your hands. Nobody's going to give it to you. They may help, but nobody's going to give it to you. Nobody's going to. People in power will only ever make you bow. They will never let you stand up on your own. Up to you. But when you stand up, I believe the good people of the world, the good governments of this world, all the righteous of the world will see your cause. They will see your excellence and they will rally to your support. But it starts with you. Stand up. Stop bowing. Be the light. Be the peacemaker. Be the bridge builder. And as much as it's in your power, work to live in peace and love your neighbor. And you will rise across the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike. And of course, we thank you for coming through this evening. And I must tell you personally, I see this document as a great work. And of course, like I said earlier, it is a document filled with hope as we march along this rough path. Biafrans appreciate you, and we want to say thank you very much for coming. Remain blessed.
Thank you. God bless you. I pray you have a meaningful and fulfilling Memorial Day today. I stand with you today. I call on all human beings to stand with today. Today, we are all Biafran. God bless.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And of course, that was Mike Arnold. I mean, he does not need any introduction. All of you knows him. You follow him on Facebook. He is doing a great work.
All right. So that was Mike Arnold, presenting the speech and honoring the invitation, doing what you know how to do best, pointing out the truth, punching it in such a way that even a blind person will understand. Did you hear everything he said? Or did you miss out in some of those things? Call him anywhere. He always stands on the side of the truth. One thing I love about Mike Arnold is that he's not shying away. He can, if you play what he said tomorrow, he'll be proud of himself. But if you're expecting him to say something, if you are expecting that there's something you want him to say. If he did not say that thing, don't see it as if he's your enemy. Do you understand? He said that you should come together. You know why I'm focusing on that one? Because I have seen people saying the same thing. Even some Biafrans can report, you people need to come together. People should come together, use your platform, preach for unity, as if I'm the one that preached for division before, And you won't see them all in the comment section of Sonak Barawa, Eggman. You won't see them there. I don't know how they want this unity to come when people have decided not to see the truth. The man said, this average man, I don't know, I think he said this one. I think he said he's a barrister. I don't know much about him. Let me not just label him anything. He says that all Biafrans appreciate you like Mike Arnold. Some don't, which is normal. To some people, he's hiding. He's not saying things the way they want him to say it and all that. Anyway, I don't want to say more because I'm not here to analyze that kind of thing. But let's bear in mind that Mike Arnold is not actually, biologically, he's not a Biafran, but he may be a Biafran at heart. Like he said today, we are all Biafrans. Let's hear from people in the studio of these people. Let's hear what they have to say.
To ensure that peace reign, to ensure that those who have been trapped in that contraption called Nigeria regain their freedom. All right, it is still Biafra Radio, and we are live, we are direct. I have so many guests, so many beautiful faces that I've never seen before, but I'm going to know them today. And I do apologize for not introducing you earlier. Mike was rushing to another program, so I wanted him to, be done first, and then we can get into things, analyze what we've heard today as far as the Sokoto declaration is concerned. So I will start first of all by introducing my guest, and then we will take it up. Mazi Kanonta, if you can please introduce yourself.
Good evening, all. Good evening, Biafrans. According to your time zone, my name is Kanonta Kano. I've joined this program from Germany. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazi Kanonta Kano, all the way from Germany. And next to him, I have Mazi Sylvester Onya. Mazi, please, if you can unmute and introduce yourself to our people.
The great people of Biafra, I greet you all. Today is a very special day. We are honoring our heroes and heroines. I want to use this opportunity to thank you for hosting us, and to thank Mike and our leader, Martin Andekano, for putting up this declaration. And the AVID is in total support of this declaration. Today is a special day for our people. We have to remember the dead. They cannot stop us from doing that. Let's go out there, celebrate them, remember the sacrifices they paid, and their death is not going to be in vain. Thank you for having us. I'm calling from US.
Thank you very much, Mazi Sylvester. You are welcome to the program. And then I move to Mazi Augustine Odimegu. If I don't know if I got it correct. Mazi Augustine, please, if you can unmute. And great Biafra. Please, if I don't get your title correctly, just know that I'm only seeing you for the first time. Then you can help me to, introduce yourself correctly. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, dear friends. And this is still morning from New Jersey, United States of America. My name is Reverend Father Augustine Odimegwa. I thank Mike Arnold in a special way for making this Memorial Day one of its kind. We have been looking forward to this Sokoto Declaration, and is a packed document that we need to take time to digest and harvest a lot of ideas that is contained therein. So we thank him very much for working closely with our leader, Mazen Namdekano, to put the document together. Our responsibility is to take it a step further by implementing most of what they have suggested in that document in practical terms. And I thank Biafrans as we celebrate this Memorial Day. We have prayed and continue to pray for our heroes and heroines, for the sacrifice they made, for stamping our name, our dignity, and our personality in the annals of the global community. As Biafrans, we are proud of them, and we continue to do them proud by continuing the legacy they have left for us. We are not going to get tired, Biafrans. Mike Arnold and our leader made it clear in the document. Freedom is not cheap. It calls for a lot of sacrifice. A lot of sacrifices have been made for that freedom of Biafra. A lot will be made, and we are ready to make the ultimate sacrifice to make sure that generations to come live in a free land of Biafra. We don't bow to anybody. Thank Mike Arnold for saying it. We don't bow to anybody. We stand on our 2 feet, 247. That is in our DNA, and we owe nobody any apologies. We are fighting for our right. We are not demanding for anybody's right. It is our own, and we must get it by the grace of God. So, my dear Biafrans, the struggle continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. How can I not know Augustine Odimegwa? I've been hearing this name forever, but I've never get to put the face to the name. It is a pleasure meeting you, sir. Thank you very much. All right. And also, the person that spoke earlier before our reverend, that was Sylvester Onya. I also now know who he is. He's been doing a great job as well. I see his face all over, the news and social media with regards to the incarceration of our leader. Thank you, sir. We really appreciate your effort and those who are working with you as well. All right. I have Evans Wankwo, Mr. Evans Wankwo. Sir, please go ahead and introduce yourself the best way it should be done. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon and good morning, good evening, fellow Biafrans, wherever you may reside at this point. I would say happy Memorial Day. Our offices in the United States were closed yesterday in remembrance of those who made the ultimate sacrifice. And I wanted to be able to extend greetings to all our people and to extend a special thank you to our brother, Mike Arnold, who has spoken so eloquently and so factfully about the events of history and events of today. Certain things are very clear that there's no real human being, and I say real human being, that will look at what's happening in Nigeria and will not condemn that with every sincerity and the highest level of conviction that that is wrong and must be stopped. And you know that if the oppressor never feel pressure, there's no reason for them to change their course. So individually and collectively, we must seek a way to bring a certain type of pressure to the status quo. The world is one. We are in one world. And it's about time the leaders of the globe recognize that. When you study what's happening currently, and even in the recent past, you will realize that no country is alone. When your neighbor's house is on fire and you ignore to help because it does not concern you, well, soon enough, that fire will reach your house and there will be nobody to help you. So while I call on the global leaders to pay attention to what's happening in Nigeria and offer some help, I do that because I know it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do for the people of Biafra, and is also the right thing to do for the global community. My name is Evan Swankwo. I am the president of Ambassador for Self-Determination, and all we do is to try to offer our help to make sure that the world lives in freedom. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. And it is a pleasure to have you on this program. I will then move over to Mazi Maswell Dede. Please, if you can hear me, Maz Maswell, unmute yourself and greet Biafrans. All right, let me see if we can get you unmuted. You are still muted. If you can unmute yourself, your mic is muted. Oh, we've lost him now. He's disconnected. All right, we'll wait for him. When he comes back again, we will bring him in. We will proceed in earnest because of time as well. Mazikano Takano, you've heard the Sokoto Declaration. What do you make of it?
Thank you very much. I think it was a very brilliant work, that Mike did by presenting this. And my takeaway here is this, that be it as it may be, that nobody, has a monopoly to kill. Nobody, as the case may be, has the right, to control others. And as it may be as well, that these people, be it the way it is, that the government should listen to the people and know what the people want. That Nigeria is not working, Nigeria has failed, Nigeria has disappointed everybody, and Nigeria will continue to disappoint people. Because as long as I know that many people have been killed in this process, if you go from north to south, south to east, you see that millions have borne that weight of violence, corruption and neglect, and the broken promises. And the blood of these people, their tears and their stolen future, cries out for justice, just the same, like Biafrans are crying. So the government of Nigeria cannot turn their back and think that they can only always achieve everything they want through force. Force has never worked where Biafrans are. And force is not going to work today. It's not going to work tomorrow. It's not going to work in the future. The earlier they listen and give us referendum and discuss the issue of Biafra wherever they want, be it in their Senate, be it in the House of Reps, that is the only time they will achieve a true peace. I know that today is a very difficult day for most of us. For every Biafran, in fact, we lost over 3 million people. And that's the people we are remembering today. Without the great sacrifices these people made, we wouldn't have been here today. And it was very, very clear. All they wanted was just to extinguish the whole of Biafrans. That was their dream. Just like the former head of state, Yakubu Gowon was ranting the other day, talking nonsense. How can somebody who claimed to be a president all of a sudden will come up and say he had a malaria when he signed the Buri Accord? And he had the audacity to come out to present his autobiography. How many years did this take him? What did he want to achieve at this age by presenting this? To dehumanize Biafrans and even eternal leader Dimo Dimebojuku. That is what it is. And it is our responsibility as a people to set the record straight, because these things, these informations are out there in the open. It's out there in the open. You should know that there are still people who witnessed this war, who witnessed this ugly war, Nigerian Biafran war. Many of them are still alive. So by them suspending history in the curriculum will not stop us from having or knowing exactly what happened during that 67 to 70 war. So it's important that they understand this and know that we are not going to stop until we are free. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazi Kanunta. Of course, the bone has been thrown, and of course, we don't need to talk about the fight between the dog and the spirit, like they say it in Igbo language adage, though I have to convert it to English to suit my listeners. All right, I must continue, but before I do that, I just want to introduce the people we have here. I know they've introduced themselves, but I think I must do it justice, to really introduce them very well the way it should be. We have the president of AVID, who have already introduced himself, and his name is Dr. Sylvester Onya, and his executive members. Also, we have Evans Wankwo, Ambassador for Self-Determination. And we also have Chief Maxwell Dede, the chairman of Rising Sun Foundation. Yeah, friends, as you may know, that these people has been, working in hand with us throughout the detention of Onion, and even they're still doing a lot. We should not forget that. There's what you call allies. They are allies to IPOB, I must tell you, and our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, and they are all Biafrans. We are all gunning for one thing. So I must say a very welcome to you all once again. Biafrans appreciate you. All right, we proceed. I'm going to Reverend Father Augustine Odimegwa. You've heard the declaration. I want to, get your thoughts on the declaration. How do you view it, and what do you think about this declaration? Go ahead. People are listening. All right. I don't know if I'm hearing you, sir. Augustine, can you hear me, sir?
Hello? Hello?
There you go. Yes,
I can hear you right now. I think I was on
Go
mute.
ahead, sir.
Good. I believe you are Barrister Ikechukwu, right?
Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, because I hear so much of you on Radio Biafra.
We've been hearing so much of each other, but we haven't met before.
I know, I've just seen your face for the first time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure having you. Go ahead, sir.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. That document, Sokoto Declaration, honestly, is pregnant with a lot of issues that need to be kind of dissected. A lot is a complete package, and it was done by brilliant brains like Arnold and Nnamdi Kanu together. Therefore, it's not something that we can just pick up and then begin to analyze and understand. Definitely, we need to do a lot of homework. But from the much we have heard today from Mike Arnold, the major key element there is this: the theory of nonviolence. Some of us are in this struggle because of that foundational practice of nonviolence, because that has characterized a lot of heroic freedom fighters in the world, beginning with our Lord Jesus Christ. He was a nonviolent man. Even when his disciple Peter drew the sword and tried to cut off somebody's head, he said, put your sword in this shit. Martin Luther King, nonviolence. Nelson Mandela, nonviolence. Mahatma Gandhi, nonviolence. These are the great names we have in history. Whenever you mention their names, you respect them. And Mazen Nnamdi Kanu has fallen in that category. We fought the first war for our freedom through arms struggle. It cost us so much. It wasn't a mistake. It was a necessity that needed to be implemented at that point in time. We don't blame them. Rather, we respect them because they did what they needed to do in order for us to survive. We are in the 21st century. In the 21st century, nonviolence speaks louder than armed struggle. And that is why we are part of it. And that is why the world is listening to us. Because what are we saying? We are saying self-determination, a referendum is, and self-determination, you cannot fault it, is a natural phenomenon. Anybody you want to kick, the person will react unconsciously. If you want to kill me, I will react in self-defense. Self-determination. So we cannot fault this process of nonviolence towards actualization of our freedom. And that is why we are hammering across the globe. What are we doing wrong? All we are saying is we want to survive as a people. It's not asking for too much. It's not asking for too much. Look at Yugoslavia. Look at India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. They have all gone their separate ways, and they are progressing in peace. Something our forefathers saw in Nigeria and started demanding the same thing. The rest of Nigerian ethnic groups did not see it, including the one that my brother just mentioned, Gowon. They did not say it. That this contraption was formed on a very faulty foundation for the selfish economic interest of the British government. You are bringing people of divergent ideologies to live together. How is it going to work? I don't understand your language, you don't understand mine. I don't understand your culture, you don't understand mine. We have little or nothing in common. How can we coexist? And if it is going to work, we have tried it for over 100 years. And the document says after 100 years, if any of the groups want to separate, you are free to do so. That document expired in 2014. Until date, it has not worked. Catholic Church is known for its dogmatic position on certain things, but they have a provision for a marriage that does not work. They have a provision for it, that you can go your separate ways through a due process. And in this case, Biafrans want to go their separate way through a due process. that is globally accepted. Non-violence, self-determination, referendum. Overseen by the United Nations. What is wrong with it? What is, for goodness sake, what is wrong with it? If this thing had been, if our brothers and our neighbors, go on them, Awolowo them, if they had understood the position of the foresight that Odumegwu Ojukwu had, we could not be in this mess we are in today. Look at the number of people dying every day. On the 27th of this month, we celebrated Children's Day. Guess what? More than 100 children are languishing in the forests in the hands of their kidnappers, the Fulani jihadists. And the parents are crying and nobody is listening to them. It is so disheartening what is going on in Nigeria. And we are calling to the global community. We are asking the global community, especially the American government, a stitch in time saves 9. If we continue to do the same thing all over and all over and all over again, expecting a different result, it's not going to happen. The longer we wait in this contraption called Nigeria, the more misery and pain and death is being caused to the inhabitants. And that's what we are asking and agitating for as we celebrate the sacrifices made by our forefathers and foremothers who had the foresight to know that this Nigeria cannot work because of the faulty foundation. If a house is built on a faulty foundation, it doesn't matter the number of skyscrapers you want to build on it, it's not going to stand. Destroy it, demolish it, and they restart the foundation. Very, very important. We are asking the global community. The pain, the misery, the agony, the crying in Nigeria is too much. It's too much. Please, whatever the global community can do, let them do it. Our people saw tomorrow. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu saw tomorrow. He's a whistleblower to the genocide going on in Nigeria today, as far back as 2012. What is his reward? Incarceration, permanent incarceration. Doesn't make sense. Meanwhile, terrorists are walking around with AK-47 today vividly. Nobody is harassing them. Rather, the government is whining and dining with them and negotiating with them. How could that happen? How could that happen in the 21st century? And so, on a day like this, we are appealing to the conscience of the global community. Beginning with AU, United Nations. America is the beacon of democracy. Democracy is not by force. If it's not working in Nigeria because of the nature of the contraption, why don't we demand for the disintegration of the country in a very peaceful way? Let people go. Sometimes it is better to relate from a distance than to be close and never see yourselves eye to eye. And so I continue to encourage Biafrans. The document is loaded. We need to take time to digest it. But a lot of things that are there, we want Biafrans to come together as a body in what we are. All these disintegration and the character assassination and all that, it's not going to help us. Rather, it's going to prolong our problem. And people should be able to search their consciences. If what you're doing is not right, stop it. Because what we are doing is not just human effort. A lot of divine intervention is involved in this struggle. And the life of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is one of such evidences. It's a miracle. If what you're doing in this struggle, remember that people have died. Millions have died. Blood has been shed. So whatever you are doing in this struggle and you feel that your conscience is not right, stop it and redress your steps so that we can fight together as a people and then gain the freedom, if not for us, for generations to come. Just as those our heroes and heroines have done. They sacrificed their lives for us to see today. It is also our obligation to sacrifice our convenience, our time, our treasure, everything we can afford for for the children of tomorrow, for the next generation. God bless us.
Thank you very much, Reverend. And of course, we welcome that. All right, before I go to the next speaker, let me ask Mr. Maxwell Dede, Chief Maxwell Dede, I beg your pardon, of course, to introduce himself. He's been having a bit of issue with network. Maxwell Dede, please, if you can, introduce yourself, sir.
Thank you, Barrister. Thank you so much. My name is Maxwell Dede.
Maxwell Dede, please, if you can, introduce yourself, sir.
Thank you, Barrister. Thank you so much. My name is Maxwell Dede.
Yes, check if your device is on. All right, it's fine now.
I think I fixed it.
Yes, sir,
thank
go
you,
ahead.
Barrister. Thank you so much. And happy Memorial Day to everybody and all Biafrans.
Thank you.
I appreciate Mike Arnold for his solidarity and advocacy for our people. He eloquently spoke on the historical perspective to our struggle. And my own takeaway from his address is that the division amongst all the believers in the struggle, that it should stop, that we should find a way to get back together and pursue the one cause for which we have committed to. I want to use this Memorial Day to remind us that where we are today in the struggle is likened to where we were in 2022. As we remember our fallen heroes and heroines, and as Nigeria gears up for their political season, let it be not lost on any of us the mess that we are into. The Christian genocide that is going on in Nigeria that everybody is now waking up to. We were forewarned over and over again by our leader, Onyendumazi Nnamdi Kanu, who I term to be the original whistleblower. And what did he get for his truth and prophecy? What he got was imprisonment under a non-existent law. As we gallivant all over the country, getting ready for yet another election, I want to remind us that our problem is foundational and fundamental. How can you conduct an election based on fraudulent constitution? Which constitution the American Congress has recommended to us that Sharia and the anti-defamation law should be excised from that constitution. A constitution that says we the people, whereas it was not we the people that made it. That is the constitution under which whoever wins this election is going to be sworn in. And once they are sworn in, they're going to swear to defend that constitution. So I would like to advise us that it would be a more worthy cause for us to insist on the release of our leader, because an election is a debate about the future. It behoves all of us to search our conscience and try to see whether this election is all about our collective future, when the person that embodies the hopes and aspirations of majority of the Nigerian people is locked away. He should be released to be part of this conversation about the future. I commend highly Mike Arnold for the risk that he has taken on behalf of our people. But I encourage all people of goodwill and conscience to wake up to the generational injustices that have been visited on the Biafran people all these years. As they go into this election, I want us to remember the people we are agitating against, they don't operate in election circles. They operate in generational perspective. They don't deal with just one election cycle. For instance, if somebody wins this election, let's say the P2B wins the election, is he going to undo the generations of injustices that have been visited on us in the space of 4 years? I think not. So as we celebrate this Memorial Day and remember our fallen, let's come together. Every group that is fighting for the liberation of our people. Asking for a referendum is not a crime. It's the right of a people. We need to visit the very foundation of the formation of Nigeria and make a constitution, which is a people-oriented constitution, that will really attest to the fact that it was made by the people. Sovereignty belongs to the people, and we have never willingly given our sovereignty to the Federation of Nigeria. That needs to be revisited. So, as we celebrate today and remember those that have, we should also remember people that are not even of Igbo extraction or Biafran extraction that have made the ultimate sacrifice for this struggle. People like Bruce Mayrock, who set himself ablaze because of the injustice that was meted to us in front of the United Nations. We should also remember John Lennon gave back his knighthood to the Queen of England because of the genocide that was committed against us. Let's also remember countless other people that have paid the ultimate price. And as we remember those, let us search our consciences to see that we are always on the right side of history. Our cause is just. I will encourage all my Igbo brothers and sisters, the ones that are defaming our dear leader every day. Let them remember that our leader has paid the most price of everybody living today in the name of trying to rescue our people. He continues to sacrifice every day. We need to cease this acrimony and divisions and come together in support of the cause. So I thank every member of this panel. I thank the host, Barrister, and I encourage us to stay steadfast. Our cause is just. In the end, victory is going to be ours. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And of course, that was Chief Maxwell Dede, speaking to Biafrans there. Before I come to you, Mazi Kanonta, I want to go to Mazi Evans Nwankwo. And I want you to please talk to me about, what our people are doing this day on social media, speaking ill of our Supreme Leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a man who have given absolutely everything to ensure that Biafra is restored. I mean, when I look at that man, I say to myself, other people in his position would have been a billionaire by now. But for him, money is not the question. He wants Biafra or nothing. And yet you see our people, for whatever motives, for whatever ulterior motive, planning, a blackmailing, and also an act of treachery against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Then I don't know if I say that this is self-destructiveness, if I am wrong, because our enemies are watching. Please go ahead. All right, Mazi, can you unmute yourself, Mazi?
Yes, thank you so much. I have been in the United States for nearly 50 years.
50.
And 50. I am four. I've been there exactly 48. That's what I'm saying is almost 50 years old.
Wow.
So I was around during the conflict, 67 to 70. And as I tell people, even though I was a small boy, I remember everything. Everything. No one can educate me on what happened. I know what happened as a small child. But let's just talk about the United States for a minute. You know, their declaration states this: we hold this truth to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain honorable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That, ladies and gentlemen, is our crime, to pursue life, liberty, and to pursue happiness. These are the basic human rights. And that's what our first leader, Odumegwu Ojukwu, pursued, that my people should not be killed for wanting the basic things in life: the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. And now we all spoken how that went down. But then our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, rises with the same voice, speaking the same truth to power. And that's why he's not in jail. And I'm telling you that the good Bible says that no prophet is respectable in his own country. And that's what's happening to us. But I'll tell people this, that any crime, any deface against this young man, against this leader, that individual and that particular individual, that group, they will typically pay, because that's a crime against the spirit. It does not go unpunished. So let this be a warning to people that are speaking ill of this innocent soul, that there is crime against the spirit that will never go unpunished. If not today, it will be tomorrow. What we do not understand is the power of our collective efforts. You have millions and millions of Biafrans in diaspora in the United States. An American was sharing with me recently, do you guys even realize the power that you have within yourself? Any and every politician will kill to have your block behind whatever endeavor they're pursuing. But yet, it's not happening. And what I encourage all of us is to unite. Because once we unite, it is impossible for us not to achieve the end for which our leader has been put in jail and incarcerated. It is very reachable with the united front. We have the power. The more they try to suppress, the more we rise. 20 pounds, that's what it was. And look at us today. Millions killed and slaughtered. And look at us today. Because God's hand is in this country called Biafra. And we will prevail. Thank you.
So much. I mean, of course, you have spoken so well, eloquently well for that matter. and I concur with what you have said. People do not really understand the power of unity when people are united, fighting, one common purpose. There's always miracles everywhere, and we do achieve whatever it is that we are fighting for. And in this case, Biafra. Mazikano Takano, you have seen the situation as it is with regards to the struggle, and people are confused because there are so many instructions coming from left and right, and people with ulterior motive, people who are not serious about the freedom, rather they are after their self-interest. What advice can you give to Biafrans out there, those who do not know what to do or whom to follow? Please go ahead. Mazi, can you unmute yourself, please?
Thank you very much for this very question. It's evidently clear that most people you see that are talking ill of this very movement, the ones who know and the ones we do not know, these are agents contracted by the Federal Republic of Nigeria to disrupt what we are doing. And this is the same mistake most of our parents made during the war. I remember the incident of somebody that was asked to go and purchase arms for the Biafran soldiers. He ended up going to buy toy guns. That is one of the biggest sabotage anybody can imagine. And these same people are working today. They will come out and say, yes, we want Biafra, but at the back, they are singing a different song altogether. And my only word and my only advice to people who do not know what to do, listen to your heart, listen to what people are saying, and decide for yourself where you have to go to. But for those who are parading themselves at the minute to be in charge, the ex-DOS, they are not part of the movement. They've all been bought over by the Nigerian government. These are the real enemies. These are the real threats. They went to Nigeria and dined with them, and they come out and they'll be preaching to you Biafra. And even if you see somebody who is working to actualize this Biafra, what will they do? They will go back and start attacking the person. Is this how to get the Biafra? The answer is no. So such people, nobody should listen to them. They are not part of what we are doing. All they want is just their own personal interest. But one thing is very, very obvious, that what is happening today, we never asked for this. We never asked for it. It's very obvious. And it should be our responsibilities to change the narratives as well. We all have children. We are all out here on voluntary exile, I would say. It's not by choice. It's because we think that place is not favorable. That's why all of us are outside. And we are trying to build a place for our children where they will retire, even if we are gone today or tomorrow. Any person that is listening to these people, or even talking about what they are writing, these are the real enemies. The enemies of Biafra, the enemies of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, and the enemies of IPOB. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mazi. I want to come to you, Reverend Augustine Odimegwa, because what I'm about to say now, of course, comes to your area in terms of morality and doing the right thing. It cannot be right that a man labored, a man who has a vision and set up this great movement called IPOB, and then suddenly, because of his incarceration, for the same reason, for the same cause, people he left in charge now felt that, okay, this is a quick one. We can grab whatever we can. we can mislead the sheep. I don't know. What advice can you give to our people? Because most of these youths who are following the struggle, some of them are youth, so I'm not saying that they are naive because they are grown men, but people can actually make you think otherwise. What advice can you give to our people who have left the roadmap to Biafra? Because without a good and concrete leadership, we are going nowhere. I mean, it's as simple as that. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's very pathetic. But whenever I see those things on the social media, it reminds me of what Christ did. The disciples came to him and told him, we sowed wheat in this farmland, but on coming to monitor our garden, we saw that grass and all kinds of weeds are also growing in the same farm. Do you allow us to go and remove the weeds so that the wheat can grow alone? And Jesus said, no. Don't touch them, because in the process, you can also destroy the wheat. When they are grown, we are able to identify the weeds very, very well and take them out, and then cut the wheat and put them into the barn. What is going on is not strange. It is the spirit of Biafra working. God is finding a way to separate the wheat from the weeds. Because sometimes what you don't know is greater than you. All we need to do is to be paying attention and be following the Spirit. The Spirit is leading the way. At each point in time, we identify a weed. We mark it. And if we have a way, we take that weed out. We are not saying that you go and kill somebody, but it is important we are able to identify the weeds from the wheat. Because nothing happens for nothing. It is all by the grace of God that this struggle is surviving till today. Beginning from day one, as far back as 1945, 53, 66, 67 to 70, until date, God has been with our people. It is only by the miracle of God that we survived the war. I saw the war. It was a disaster. Until today, it is all the same persecution of a people. It is also the same hand of God that is in the life of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Otherwise, he could have been killed in Kenya. He could have died. He has all kinds of medical issues, but he keeps on keeping on beyond medical explanation. So it's the hand of God working. The Spirit is at work. So at some point in time, God is letting us know, hey, it is not all that glitters is gold. Just follow me. Follow the prompting of the Spirit, and we'll be able to see clearly who is for me and who is against me. That's all we need to do. Observe whenever anybody is saying anything on the social media, take note. It is God doing the marvelous miracle. And in all honesty, it is possible that God is delaying the freedom of Biafra so that also most of these things will come out. Because we know exactly who is who. Because in all honesty, I am more afraid of our people now who profess to be members of the struggle than even the Fulanis, to be frank with you, and any other person who is against the struggle. I am more afraid of our people who profess to be members of the IPOB, who in one way or the other are behaving in a very weird manner, especially when you come out to attack Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, you have crossed the red line. There is no excuse. There's no how anybody can begin to fathom what could be the reason behind it, because it doesn't make sense. This man has sacrificed practically everything, and he's still sacrificing. He's not even out yet.
All right, let me just add one or two. We have played, you have heard enough. We are not done with the video. Please just be here with us, because we are gonna finish it to the end. We are gonna play to the end. I just paused it because I want to say something, and of course I want to use the opportunity to greet our brothers and sisters on the comment section. I don't know if they're still here or not. Triple M, I greet you before. I'm gonna greet you again. Thank you for your time. Of course, Kevin, I greet you. Chuku, Chukuka, see you. Okay. Chuka, ihe binike, okay. Okay, I think I hope I've not murdered your name. Oh yeah, Kachi, greetings to you. Our own brother Obi-Wan, I see you. Good morning to you. And Victoria Weke, our own lovely sister, I greet you. Nice to hear from you. That is Zoya Kachi again. And we have Musa. All right, Musa, I see you. Our own brother Kevin, I greet you again. That I wanted to say it is not okay. I wanted to say it is not right. It's not right. Listening and not saying anything. I don't know what it means. Okay. You think that I'm just playing the video without saying it? Is that what you mean? Okay, I will drop the link. My brother, Triple M, just give me time, because we're going to play it to the end, like I said. So once I drop the link, you cannot have a free time to talk. Again, we have okay, Udoke. Is it not Udoke? Okay, yeah, Udoka. I see you. Gift to Keke. Greetings to you. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I will do that. Batching so, yeah. I greet you. Our own Ozil. I see you. Good morning to you, Ozil. Nice to hear from you once again. Give to KK. I greet you. So, oh my goodness, I see you, sir. I was even planning to call you after the program, and here you are. Here you are. Nice to hear from you. I'll let you out, God. There was all right. Please, that's one of the reasons why I paused the video here, is just to remind you that somebody who is good, the person is good. Like when you hear a good person, or somebody who is diligent in what he or she is doing, you don't need, a soothsayer to tell you, oh, this person is good. Remember, Jovika is he's a Okochukwu, all right, a pastor. Then another person doing the same pastoral work is this our brother here, Austin. Okay, or Dimekwa. That is, I think he's a reverend father. I don't know, but you can see the difference between these two, the tone of their words. The other one is saying that Master Mukano, that God will punish him, that he's a priest of God. That he is a man of God, he is this and that, Master Mukano needs to be crucified and buy and this and this and that. Then another man of God is here telling you that if you talking bad about Master Mukano, is just like crossing red line. Okay. We also have people who say they are traditionalists. Some say that Master Mukano, or the muscle. that he Madagascar is one that no fear in the life in the marriage or total life in the marriage no demon also. Yes, I know. Of course I predicted that you must be back by now. And maybe you may want to say one or two things to Biafrans. If I can tell, nice to hear from you. Or maybe don't worry, whether you say it or not, I'll put a call after this. I would like us to talk. I'm back from Finland and met with Obato face to face. Hey, good. God. Just tell me that you want to say something. I will drop the link because I know as we put this comment, all the Biafrans watching this live broadcast, that is many people don't even know that you went to Finland, that you travel to Finland. People do, some know, like you know that I know, right? Because you made me you said it to my hearing, and I believe that some Biafrans who were there when you said it in some platforms, not only on my platform, must have known that truly you are going there, and now you have gone and come back. Maka, Obato deny USB charger, recharge card, and recharge Dojo. Very senseless individual. That doesn't listen. Nobody say you should not have your differences. So you may have your differences. You may have your issue with anybody because you're a human being. Now that all to our God, of course, you know him. You know how truthful, how genuine, how sincere he is. Oh, guy report, you guys are being paid, you're lying. He has gone to Finland, he's back. One-on-one with Obatobe, he told you. Not Obatobe called me when I was taking shower. He'll keep on ringing. I picked the phone and we spoke for 30 minutes. And he was asking me, in that 30 minutes, the only thing that he told you in 30 minutes, how is your children at home? You are okay. Ogo, if you cannot tell us at least half of what he's told you, then why telling us? I will drop, I promise you I will drop link. Triple M. But I want us to finish this video, if you don't mind. Okay, because this is what happened yesterday. And I'm planning to come back again after this, maybe in the afternoon, towards afternoon, we are going to run another live broadcast to cover up everything, because yesterday was huge, very 10 hours. I was even scared that YouTube may pull down the video, because if you play video to 11, 12 hours, they will after the live broadcast, we may not see that video. So let's continue.
So there is no ground.
I will drop a link. It's almost at the end
for you
don't worry.
To begin to accuse him of anything. Zero. So, and the only way we can understand the position of these people is that the Spirit is bringing them out one by one. And all we need to know, all we need to do is to be taking note of them. Whatever you say, we go and record it. Because what we didn't know who you are, now you are coming up. The Spirit have moved you to show us who you are. As for Mazen Namdekano, he will come out. It is already written on the book of life. He will come out and is coming out healthy by the grace of God. At the end of the day, our people say, Abachoso Aguamar Ojincha Waru Malo Nwye maka na ka ịma nke mara nke ọzọ. Ọ bụrụ na aka Chukwu adịghị n'ife a na-eme, Father dị mmegwa will not be part of it. I have identified the hand of God in what we are doing, including the person and personality of Mazen Namdekano and the modus operandi by which is applied is directing the struggle. If not, I won't be part of it. It's not just me. A host of us, a lot of priests, are fully involved in this struggle up to today. It's not for nothing. Therefore, those people on the model, the model, I don't know what to tell you people, because I don't know who is bankrolling you. I don't know what is influencing you, whether it is wine or the Spirit, harvesting. bringing you out, whatever it is. Only you yourselves know. However best you want to handle it, it's up to you. But the only thing we continue to encourage those who are steadfast to remain steadfast, because so take out danger. Thank you.
All right. I have my brother here with me. That is Triple M. Let's hear from you, one man. You said you want to say something. Let's hear from you because as Nokuna Dada.
Oh yes, my brother. Thank you so much, my brother Kai. Greetings to you. We are still in the mood of sober. We are mourning. This is time of mourning. We are mourning because if we call it celebration, it's part of it actually, but we really need to understand that we are mourning our fallen heroes. People will say, let the spirit of those that died through that during that pogrom war and even dying today to rest in peace. I said no. My prayer is that they will never rest. They will accompany us and join with us as we put hands together to push forth, to fight, to revenge their deaths and uphold that which they died for. Then we will now give them the befitting burial that will let their spirit to rest, while their children will build the nation they died for. That's my prayer often. I don't pray for them to rest. If we take our mind back, I have so many people that have died during the point of, not even during the war. On this, our 21st century, you see someone dying, he will tell the colleagues, please, I'm dying for this particular struggle. You people should try and make sure we get this freedom. Then how can you tell me that person will be, his spirit will rest in peace? No, it's not going to be. Kai Report, my brother, thank you so much for what you have been doing. The program, as you say, yesterday was very huge. Internet got ablaze on behalf of Biafra. Our leader, Mas Nanekalo, said it. Time will come when we will not pay them, but they will broadcast our news. And this is that time. It is happening. Thank you for being there, my brother. One them mad.
But let me just say something. You see, you talked about. I'm hearing myself. Yeah, thank you. You talked about people that died, that they should not rest. Let them be out, let them be awakened. It's part of it. And when we talk about the heroes and heroines, some people think that it's those that died in 60s alone, like during the Biafran War. No. Ikonso is part of it. I just want us on that.
Of course.
Many of them are part of it. Don't all focus on people that died then. That those they are of course they are there. They are part of it. But even people, there's another lady that called Waka Waka. I don't know what she did, but I was told that she was, according to the story, that she was poisoned, and she's no longer here. So many other people who died, carrying their Biafran flag and all that, they are part of it. And some people who may not even, some people who are not even agitating, but they're able, but they pointed an accusing finger on them, and they died because of that. Why they're chasing other people, other targets? They are part of it.
Of course, my dear brother.
You mentioned you also remind us here. You also reminded us something. You said you remind us of people like the spirit will be the spirit will be alert to help people to help us to achieve our freedom and fight and revenge and all.
Joining us to fight our enemies. We are not fighting this particular thing with just flesh and blood. We're also fighting in spirit. So they have to be there with us.
Now listen. For those that may not understand what you mean by fighting, this fight comes in different way. Now, recently we saw some group of this that happened in Igbo. After attacking PM Samarapa since 2021 until the date, and they're seeing Dr. Abeze's DPM as another somebody who is like a PM Simon that you don't trust her. Oh, she's against Biafra. When you ask them how, oh, they formed their own. They're not like they're not. Masmakan is you don't know them. They don't know Masmakan and other liars. Do you notice something? This couple of weeks, when Chimeze and Nando to Fabido now call a link, fan on social media, everywhere internet, they set everyone on fire with lies and propaganda. The same thing they did to PM Samarepa, they testified that attack, that similar attack on Masamakan, calling Masamakan names, insulting him and saying all manner of nonsensical things. Now, one would have expected that due to 30th of May, that everywhere people will not mind them, people will not mind Biafra. In fact, Biafra is going, is vanishing. Do you know that this 30th of May is what happened yesterday? Personally, I have not seen the level of lockdown and determination in other 10th of May like this one that just passed, like this, the one of yesterday. Everywhere, internet, online, offline, people observed it. People, so that even in the street of Biafra land, everywhere you can feel it. Why is it so? In the same period, they are attacking, they are lying against Madam Ghana, the Biafrans, they may be and some volunteer themselves to keep on kidnapping youths, kidnapping people, just to put fear and to stop what I don't know. As they're doing it, the spirit is also working because nobody forced anybody. The lockdown, the sober reflection is second to none. Everybody keep in to observe that. Now, what do you think that caused it? Who is the person preaching those things? That is the spirit working. Now, coming to these people that we are talking about, these people you are seeing here. Do you know why I don't waste time talking about them in the name of analyzing them or trying to remind us one or two things from what they're saying? Is because I know that this one, Avis, I don't believe that Avis is fighting for Biafra. Personally, I don't know about another person. Why? Because I see them as people who want a good Nigeria. I may be wrong, but why I'm saying that is because there's what they said in one of their videos. I don't know if you remember that famous picture of videos of Avis and Arnold at the initial stage, where they said, "Are you still here? Are you still listening to me?"
Of course, I'm here, my brother. I'm here.
Okay, that famous video where they're holding each other, they snap the picture and make a video talking about when the Nigerian was designated as a country of particular concern.
Of course.
There's something they said there. They said that if this is continue, if it's a conditional statement,
it's under probability.
If this thing continue, that you are going to fight for total disintegration. So you are still waiting. You still have chance.
That is to make it clear to you that they are not fighting for total disintegration. They are trying to make the former foundation to work.
God bless you. That is why whatever they're saying here, I don't mind. That's why some people, you may be wondering why am I not even analyzing what they're saying, because I don't see them as somebody who is what they're doing now just to passing time. Like I see that just like, let me pass time. The same thing personally that I see people in PLA before, what they're using PM to do. I don't believe that they're loyal to PM. Do you understand? I'm just telling my mind, my own opinion.
Of course. Even them there now, just ask them, what are they doing for the freedom to come? They have nothing. Now, when you hear them say, come together.
You expect them to do something if they actually believe.
That's it now. That's it now. Now look.
Continue.
Sorry, call is coming in my phone. Let me take the call. I'll be back.
Sorry. All right, no problem, no problem. Those of Blessed said, Mazakai, please ask our brother Oluchuwa God if Mazi PM Joko Ipa ask him about his family. Maybe if they spend 30 minutes talking, my brother, you get go back. Okay, you talking this visitation they always catch this guy out. Before I go here, I say breaking, always breaking. No talking. We don't know when to use the word breaking. He said, breaking. I hope all you are God will give us the evidence. He will give us the evidence. He's truly see evidence. Okay, if he truly see Obato be face to face. If I understand. The other person said, we stand on our mandate. US read, okay, on wait for they were my brother. Allow we, whatever you call yourself, allow we, DK. What is your name? Allow DK Chuku. Okay, you can change it again tomorrow because you always change your name. Now, Oluchuwa God don't owe you any explanation. He did not go there for fallback. He didn't travel because of fallback. Okay, so and you don't need to know anything about Obatobie. You have exchanged him. You have exchanged Obatobie to So what do you want to do? What do you want to know about? What do you want to know about Obatobie? You don't have any rights. No, not at all. So if you want to know about it, please tell Ogengere to dial the number again. After all, he can answer him right and talk to him for 30 minutes. The moment Imam abandon Ogengere, that phone number stop working. Ndoshi. David, I see you. He said, happy Sunday, my people. They will Biafran Exodus. My brother, I see you, I hear you on the Madugeki man. They will Mazekai and Triple M, great Biafrans, Umuife, happy Biafran Memorial Day. They will Biafran Exodus. Happy Sunday to you. All right, let's go back to the video. Okay, pay attention.
Thank you, sir. And of course, you have given many hopes. I mean, some people have never looked at it that way, but absolutely, I must tell you, because we used to say, behind the beginning, more, behind more. And exactly that is what is happening. And people are doing things in this struggle, but they don't know why they are doing.
Before you continue, one thing I have learned about this in this movement is that anybody that miss Yan and you started saying something good, I will not transfer your mistake to your new being. You understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to learn that thing. Because normally if you talk anyhow, I will keep up for you. Yes, now anytime you want to prove that you know this, I will remind you. But that I will overlook it does not mean that I will not remember. I will still hold firm on that. So that anytime you will think that you have watered the ground to land very, very smoothly, I will remind you of the days of yesterday. So that you put it on them. Because some of us are very, very tricky. Everyone is in the house. Let's hear from you. Grab the mic. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, Kai.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Your time.
I miss all of you yesterday because yesterday was like a huge Christmas day. Like everywhere, and yesterday. I'm telling you, so many tongue was confessing. And by the way, before I continue, did you end up watching the movie I told you to watch?
I didn't. Did you send it to me?
No, we mentioned it that day. Half of a Yellow Sun.
Yeah, I told you to give me because if you tap it on YouTube, a lot of things will pop up. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, I don't make one of my own. It up or half of a yellow sun. I think, or maybe I'll forward. I will
half
share
of a
the
yellow, it type of half of a yellow sun Nigerian movie, right? Or just half of a yellow sun.
just half of a yellow sun.
Okay, you don't need to put
Yeah.
Nigerian movie.
No, don't put Nigerian. Oh, or Chiwetalago Ejofo so art and Chiwetalago. I mean, Chiwetala Ejofo were London, a British actor now. And so the buy so art ya onye ka onwe no. Because I found this girl video art was moving in Nigeria long time. Onye ka
Rita
onwe no
Dominic.
na
Rita Dominic.
not Rita Dominic. The other one, the first girl, Nana Emeka art
Genevieve.
Genevieve. Then nwenwechakwa ndị ọzọ because a na-asụ Igbo asụrụ Igbo na the movie ọfụma because all movie about Biafra declaration and mgbe e declare Biafra Ojukwu tutuo flag Biafra Nigeria bido ọgụ people ndị be anyị gbawa ọsọ ịmago exactly ị na-awọchi ya ihe na-afụ onye ọbụla nọ mgbe a nụrụ agha will actually see most of the similar things that happened during that time. Because in fact, all movie for Biafran war, because it has so their English in Igbo, you know. So MHH or maybe I'll share the link. Even I told my brother to watch it too. Also, type another thing I pop up, but I might try and send it. Onye Delia, I think Chimamanda or something like that. You might even see the
I'm a novel and half of a yellow sun. I know about that novel. I think
is a movie now this time around. Careful. So back to what I was saying. There was a very, very special thing that happened yesterday. Nobody knew. I mean, you can feel it, and there were memories that were called back.
Yeah.
There were emotions that was opened up yesterday. And just like Mark Arnold said something that is about awareness. Most of them in Nigeria, when we talk about Biafra, they don't understand exactly where we are coming from. Yesterday helped a lot with the videos. In Nigeria, in Yoruba, or in Hausa. Pictures and videos that was coming out yesterday of a particular tribe in Nigeria, a government team such thing at some point in life, and there was no recognition from the government. Is that now so yesterday when all of this thing was happening, I think so many people got the message that we are willing to go to the end, even if it's one man standing. It's a divine mandate according to Nanekano, because it's a definition only Obuna define it go for themselves that okay, for this thing. Nigeria made a lot of mistakes. They made a lot of mistakes. They choose to let us define Biafra war. I mean, the kids that were born after the war, which is, let's say, I know our parents say, they allowed us to define it ourselves. And this is what the conclusion that we got to. They could have started educating people if they were really sincere that this was the reason why the war happened. But they could not, because they were the aggressors. They were the aggressors. They didn't want to tell you all they did. They expect that when they shut you up, that but they never knew that that the internet will come out, because when they were doing all of these things, there was no way of passing information out. Even Nobuna Nanikano announced this Heroes Day during that time. But motivation were everywhere. In our bido mawa Heroes Day on time. This is part of referendum. I keep saying it. This is part of identification. Because now when people look and they observe where we are heading to, even a mic, all over everywhere, or then a platform there, or then a platform there. Observation. You think that government, most of the powerful government in the country, you think in the nation and this world, you think they were not observing what was happening yesterday? Don't tell me that. So yesterday was a very, very remarkable no meto hoge. Video because when it's some videos was a nice and can watch na our WhatsApp this thing. When they are but na one house, poputa mpammado na nwunye kpuru ewu ha. Nwunye na-agbagharị ha ejide ya ọkwa otu esi nwụrụ the woman ihe a na-reserve the woman ka ha jere epuo ya. From then, ofu onye na-asị gbukwa nị ebe a gbuo nị ebe a na unu ewu kinditman gbuo nị ebe a unu egbughị ya na ọ ya agba ọsọ unu egbuo otu a ka esi gbuo mpa mmadụ. Onwe onye mana onwe ike ọwụ na grandfather mpa mmadụ ndị ka nọ ndụ kịta. Or because no unu ata maybe by then echenji unu arụzi na be. That family ndị soja je onye ahụ onye amị. Onye ahụ ha gburu onye amị ọkwa nwoke na nwaanyị ya nọ n'ime ụlọ na ụmụ ya nọ n'ime ụlọ ka ndị soja jere kpọrọ nwunye gbuo onye n'ihu ebe a.
Matetu gobela ọnụ n'ihe ịma na o ife notice ịma na kịta ka mma ife ọjị abụ no matter ụdị ekpere ọbụla ekpe na bongo ka bongo dị mana madịnata mma.
Exactly.
Because owoyi ga-eme ife ọjọọ n'ụwa. Con rain con sun. My brother, you go pay, you go receive them.
The law of nature states that even in the Bible make it that no wicked shall go unpunished. Even though the Bible they preach about forgiveness. Let me tell you, and when you hold your amen that you will not reap the repercussion. And when anything forgiveness. Here forgiveness is better into it. It's for you to be able to live in your past to condemn what you will become in the future because move on, you know, say I am not worthy to do this because he can email. Now that is where forgiveness started playing again. Forgiveness is all about convincing your conscience that all is well, to empty yourself so that you can be able to carry on. But Obama, the law of nature never forgives anything that you did. You must pay for it. You must. And that is why sometimes, and I say, and prepare yourself. You have to be able, when they no get or 8 years ago. We had not get no, he had not gotten off my, you have no pia, but that is the time.
Anyway, more, I believe in our forgiveness. Come on, go. Are you willing to?
There is, I'm telling you, there is forgiveness.
You would even make a mistake. You're my yes. You pick a kind of
situation. Forgiveness and is there, but I may differentiate the different how it works.
Yeah.
What guides us on earth is nature, law of gravity, law of gratitude, and all those kind of a thing. The same law that guides the moon to go around the earth within 1 month is physics. So most of sometimes in they are weak in the modern day. It's not all about church or spiritual. All of these things operate according to Nechukuna Siwedo where you don't when I come call where you might not understand where I am going to. But the point I'm trying to make yesterday is now is the foundation of Nigeria and the commitment, what they have committed. There are dead souls that is still crying and they choose not to recognize. And everybody na-akwado Nigeria. Umahi make a statement of this is Tinubu is the Biafra we are looking for. Check, no one are they comfortable. Biafra is about survivor. It's not just a nation. It's a cry of survivor, a cry to survive. And that is why all the important for you to define that freedom yourself, what you want. You need the money okay, no one emet you of ma, no one emet you of ma. Use your brain and follow. Know that na ebe chọrọ ije Lagos. Ije na park. Ihe eji n'ụbụrụ gị, ije ọnụ kelmoto na-eje Lagos. Akọrọ ije luo isi ego na-ewu Lagos. On gị nwaji aka guide yourself. Ilu igba tiketi Lagos, eduru gị jee na moto na-aba Lagos, ijewe Lagos. Imasị m that na ịpụta ịchọrọ ije Lagos. Ije luo, a na-asị na mba moto a nje Lagos, na nke a na-ejekwa Lagos. Ị na-anya n'elu bọọsụ ahụ, ifu na-etinyere nke a Ọnịsha. Na nke a Ọnịsha. Na ndị niile na-ebe onwe na-eje Lagos, nke onye na-asụ Yoruba nọ na ya. Ịma atika isi dị esi nọ nke a, not because na moto nke a ma ọma na ọnya mere iji wee mee. It's time for you to define the struggle for yourself. Thank God all of these things is happening simultaneously. The book of yesterday, Age Style debunk or the book of Go On. I don't know if you noticed. You na rubbish na order now.
I've read that book as not there.
But yeah, at least mani nugo na us no ukwu isi ka ha na-agba egbe. Now yesterday pictures and videos of what Nigerian army did started surfacing. Obazuru no there.
Emma, go on have phone. That man a phone. Yeah, the like I believe in reincarnation. In our Go on, but on a category that man can do as a human being. Oh yeah,
let's take back.
Organize the Kubana.
Yeah, it might come back as a chicken. It's a guy of Yadoma. It's a Talaman, yes, in our next day. It's in Opana.
Yeah, I get the dress somewhere. That man can never be.
Only even at the men in Nigeria that had a webta day to honor their soldiers that died during the war. Also in them. Conan the Bango. And when they would have
what are different than it's just like somebody na somebody off lock when they didn't know man. It belong and people can have people talk. So yes, now because anytime you talk about anytime you mention about this genocide committee is not Naga war, they always panic about it because they know the gravity of the crime they committed.
Too much commitment.
What any country number one commit war crime carry Nigeria. Obuni Guato na Japan. Even men are more disastrous than that.
Mr. Kai, I think on your own I keep saying when the story of Biafra, why a equal the story of Biafra. Genocide.
Okay, just calm down. Last of 2 years ago, that video you could make up on social media. Also, blessed, thank you so much for your super chat. He said that this our brother Oluchiwa God trip to Finland. We give every 4 back sleepless night. All through this week. The next Finland will be Eggman.
Yeah, before I forget, here Oluchiwa God and here this brother wrote now reminds me of one of the things that I loved that happened yesterday was a speech from our PM. Mami itetemba I go there. Of what that thing from the prison.
Yeah.
Yes. So now, if PM, at least this one would actually show them, give them a little bit of what is going on. According to them, and they had that place, some PM said, even though they tried to stop us, but a new nation was finally born. Now, where I go this thing, I smiled and say, where is another money check a PM? But I could
our brothers not want to studio. Let Kai Ben Mike. Oh, if you got okay water. If you're not in Sonak Barawa, okay, that's why I give you to Sonak Barawa and okay, I will praise them on one thing today. But listen, okay, okay for Eggman, eh? Okay for Eggman. Eggman like a Obi Zuri. Kada okay.
now.
If somebody, give me the different one where me, somebody will spirit of remorse. Like is no more too much. Mana, you can't compare that kind of person to somebody who also go reserve. Teacher enough, man. Only dream how to become Miago or Barasem. Nina Rola. You got to go. Wouldn't matter to that for now. Human being no dead there. Why do I say so? After KPM stop Ogen na Ndotufa, he drag Biafra to court and all that, if you remember.
Yeah, remember.
It was done on them. It was done on them that this is where PM stand. That's why I had to put that. They released that memo when but mana Imam Madabo able direct contact Ogen to PM then. How much of this thing? He knows all this things. So, Imam Madabo, ma. Oma, if you Nagana, Mano can pretend outside. It doesn't run at the level. Do you understand? Okay, for the level of the determination is really this some of these people now. So between Imam Madabo group and also okay, if you ask to choose the hardened criminal, I would choose Imam Madabo and the group.
Bam 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 was a big 419. But Bam 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 create a group and demarcate for ndị ọchọ ka abata na ọ need ndị hard currency. Mechakwa gwa gị na agụ na agụkwa ya na ọ need money. It's supposed him on a 419 call. Every of his move on a dangle into where success will be. And that is why when they make it sure that na who belong to any government. Then number one, take ihe ọ na-alụ. Ego onye ka a na-akwụ ya na parking store. I go suppose in like
mindset ya na nke ndị ọzọ abụrụ. That video kwuchara okwu ebe ọ na-eme na-eme oge kere expose kwuchokwu say that na if you
na-eme oge nkere expose in something you are part of.
Now other people are going down for this. If you go down, you are not too big to go down. Also, like if this guy he's willing to go at any length to prove a point.
Man, all the stupid. Man, all they implicate to me as well, but because who was the subordinate of Ogenkere? Onye they preach lie about
Oye flavor games lobelori. Ina Joanna and Oye would not put herself on now, but you will not forget where the guy put take for in order or this Obianuchi man if I not concept. Anyway, my brother, thank you so much. Let's hear from
thank you guys.
From Exodus or Mojo Mike one. Let's hear from you.
Yeah. They were. I mean, my voice Manaputa.
Yeah, you can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, one they were happy.
Oh, man, understand why it's now that room Apota. I'm just saying.
No, what? Iki drop like iki raise my voice that drop. I want the truck. I'm make increase. May increase. On up top for now.
Okay, right on, yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Mazikai. And this is good evening, stroke, good afternoon, stroke, good evening from here. We are on holiday, and happy Sunday to you. Happy Sunday to Triple M and Obi-Wan, Mr. Obi-Wan. I can hear your voice. Happy Sunday to you too. And dear friends, in our comment section, I greet you all. I greet you all. Happy Sunday to each and every one of us. I just know about our journey of this program. Whatever. So, title. Saw the title, The Sokoto Declaration by Mark Arnold and Mazin Nika. And for Mazin Kayonfo, ndị bupụtara there. For men, name interview. The thing intrigued me. And the man of God who are there. The man of God that I heard his voice, that man. So most of them that are there. Long time I've never heard from Kalon Takalo, from Kalon Takalo there, for the other two men, heavy men. So all of them spoke nicely. All of them spoke from my heart. So before I comment about what I heard about from them, first of all, I want to thank God that you can opportunity and what happened yesterday. Just like some of you are saying there, and everyone is also saying. Now, yesterday was a great day indeed. Child, I was overwhelmed with joy. But yesterday, can't you confirm on that Jehovah would go on this movement here?
One of the way. Candlelight.
I'm telling you, this is, I don't know how to explain this. This is beyond expression. Beyond expression. For the first time in history, and a memorial, Biafrans, everybody spoke with one voice. So so the united like this. Biafrans is united. You say basically, oh, if can be united, if Biafran can be united with this so much percentage.
Exodus, it takes one spoon of say it may be drawn or tank in mirror. Mana the moment you dictate I cannot see and see in our multitude and in the meaning we are rejoicing. Do you understand? A few people. It's a couple of name. I know the my. I know you know me. I know my own. Remember that. Okay, get it. Eggman. Success wake. Who again? Just it's not about cab. Just in Gabo afterthought betrayal according to PM Samaneba. Afterthought betrayal. But the main problem, Imam Madab. Ogenkere, Eggman, in our Then the guy called this guy na guy G website. Azubike. Is it Azubike? And Success Week. Success Week.
What Azubike?
Chief go mafia, all the cars Chief go mafia. The guy junior date, I with that account. Or somebody not to look at that on a meeting. Now, I got change the account to get junior day, I go back an account. Or somebody not this story can never just for I can't on a hammer chief. Because this is the problem. Insubordination. Open chance you with another go a person no Ibana Boroboti everywhere, no go about no. Now, my brother, you have a nation, not your poor also. You have to calm down. Have to calm down. Okay, upon nature, if we need it now, after the recognition, you cannot join a political party. Man, they buy a guru. Okay, then they can't ever get that. I can't battle them. Now we are see that that's supposed now possible now come back. That's an animal calling and the book. Oh, yeah, I can't believe in that people will be more of banana about them. I that's not my belief. I don't believe it. You got to go. What happened to be if it's on a drop? If
No, I'm here. I'm listening.
Even Donald Trump and the best president can never fix Bongo. Bongo committed physical and spiritual, even financially. They're committed. Not committed. Imakwa kodo bolo game ife mere ndị mere okay na for video ife mere na ndị ife na-ebele gasị na ife mere na that na so-called war. Kedu ndị ga-commit that kind of war crime? Wụlọ nfa dị ekwu okwu. Imakwa na American government yọrọ Japan biko na unu forgive her na family eme. Do you understand? After ka if I do to if Hitler na do to if do Japan Japan America just talk for money out of it have come go down. He gave him that time. America let that come back. We make a peace with Japan. After that's what now. But America accepted na the too much the force fire use the other SS. E got that. Mas then they get na na she they claim na na one country. They claim na na one country. Igbo nne, Igbo ụmụazụ, Igbo maka ebu n'afọ, idine nwanyị, Igbo di ya n'iru idine. After all the ife niile community as an of people na imechego na half taking oge swede mma. No matter how holy a man of God is ekpere Nigeria ekpere ikpeche ekpere ị ga-aka pastor wey for pastor also ga-aka wetezie ego dị private jet than Nigeria bi ekpere ka ọ dị mma. Ọ ka dis ne pastor ikpe ekpere ha kpeche ekpere separa ekpe ekpere kịta o wete ego dị ego private jet mana okpere Nigeria command ma why faku ni pa go ta fa na eme ka ndị bilisi negodo oke n'obodo a teacher ka atile ma n'onu egbupu ya ọnụ ụmụ akwụkwọ ka na-agakwa school no public holiday no strike i protest go ife that my brother ndị afọ na afọ ọbara mmadụ ka zobo to them ọbara mmadụ na abụzo how can that country move forward? It's not possible now. No why Jesus
now was not even once in a side now because I'm just thinking, critically thinking, based on the banyo, based on we the people, anyone name Biafra. Now, based on this particular topic here now, Sokoto Declaration by Arnold and Mazen the Kano. Okay, we all are Biafrans. I need to know Biafrans now. I'm just like here in Akowa now. I'm right from before 1967, we time by this time around, and up till now, akusebe igbu anyị o ha ka na-egbu anyị up to today. Position na-ekwu anyị marginalization nka na-agakwa business ekwu ka anyị ma mee ma presidency na-ekwu anyị. Then our leader, internal leader Wochukwu we si mba na ya adigo too much na ka anyị lawazie ka anyị ga chọwazie our own country ka anyị ga chọwazie our own government ebe government nke anyị nọ na ya anabata anyị ọkwa ha meji wega gba ọwọ Igbo mmadụ niile ndị gburu that time before the thing batazie. Let me just forward it now. Batazie n'aka Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Maazị Nnamdi Kanu asurukwa Maazị Nnamdi Kanu based on Maazị Nnamdi Kanu na-achọkwa another government apart from Nigerian government which is Biafran government. Nobla IPU, those people of IPU, Nobla soro Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Now, esogidezi Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Maazị Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. Ebe Maazị Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped. And one another person putara na from aka Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ankwa. And we know from Maazị Nnamdi Kanu follow this man. This man is going to bring a new dimension. Then I called the man Anyanwepa, which is Samonepa. Samonepa actually was genuine, was sincere, representing that mandate and defending what in Maazị Nnamdi Kanu nacho. Then these people refused. That's not on IPOB. They refused to follow Maazị Samonepa. As in IPOB as a group. Now that government Maazị Nnamdi Kanu na-achọ, that government our internal leader Ojukwu na-achọ, emechara na nweta ya na under Biafran government ụwa niile fụrụ ya. Ha niile na-afụrụ ya. Ndị niile na-eme IPOB kịta na all of them onwe gasị na ọfụrụ ya. Okay, then ndị South East governors ha niile fụchara ya. All those politicians ha niile fụrụ ya. Ọ bụrụ na ọ bụ ihe ha na-ezo ezo, ọ bụrụ na ihe ha nki, it is official, it is legal. Now this government which is United States of Biafra, which is 40 states, United States of Biafra, so now yesterday, more Fuze Yemen and Biafra land, both home and abroad, for the first time in history. The Biafrans was able to speak with one voice. So why was the reason why under against now why they will not fall under United States or Biafran government, just like Mike Arnold was preaching to us. I was a living witness when I came to this broadcast more than a platform. Always of few things Mike Arnold jot down. May God bless that man. May God bless him. That man Guroku, even during the time, because I rewatched it, even the time Okocha myself, he talked about arm. My cannot drop a statement. I jot me down. Yasi, na was a tyrant needs people that are not disarmed. Mazikai, Mami that thing. Osina, tyrant, they need the people who did disarm.
They don't arm for them to have easy access.
God bless you. They not draw arm. There is no ya. Yeah, but who is you? Imakona this man if I about Mike Arnold that man am there we code needs any message on that code now appear message on that code. I was like kind of connecting the dot.
Okay. Exodus. So Triple M. Some things Mike Arnold drop like that program with Mazekai and our brothers them. All some things in the this Sokoto declaration now.
If that also never like at the map that also I need to Brazil if I know organ about cake whatever mean or drop oil.
I'm telling you. Or drop oil.
Don't worry. Appear na another program yesterday. Apart from Comeleba. Got honor life in the US. And other honor life there. Maybe with that video. We focus on the bath. The same thing no go drop right here. Go drop there. Today you need to add on our way and do try. In other they know the two Faganoko came to them Okapelana. They know the talk.
Hey, but I can't deny no mazi guy just can land with them naga. The emotional. I can be emotional about this, but no blame Kolamo. But to just because no gain money because chai China can yesterday. This man we say na ndana be egwu anye ha ji egbe ha jiri ma. This is my own interpretation now. Nda ji egbe nda jiri ma na egwu anye. Then go man na be egwu go an ejiri egbe go an ejiri ma, which means he use okuko, which means I use ewu.
Okuka kwa mma because okwa no ko bo. Okuku better na because okuku waste strength you give something. If Okuku get that strength the way you get, okay, you go do something. Managua matter. Gano, check up on that now. Call you. Okuku do all the better now.
Which means indirectly, this man was telling us. This man was indirectly telling anyone who Biafra, anyone who Igbo, anyone who indigenous of Nigeria. Go to Mugesi when no Bono, Mugesi when no Bono, Onem Bramba, no Bono. That is Amo, I be a book of Newu. When he get you a channel, that's Uno awewu, Uno awako.
Sorry, my brother. Oh, no more than that. Oh, many times see that now. Do not wait for America. In went. Do not wait for America. No, make to be. Mother Potoka saying now, hey, kune black cancer got a now that's not possible. Now you go stand up. You have to do something. You got to that don't wait for Trump. Even before Trump, the American men came in at Sokoto. Only that near the surprise. Now everyone is waiting for America to do something. It is your duty to do something, not America.
I'm telling you.
They buy some of why we are different from them. Ganilo, I don't want to interrupt you. Ganilo.
Hi. Imakuna this man himself made Bere by Apohai Nawan Unina Neba Unina which are non de even no then no in the Zuzuare no. Unu Karupi, Damarana be Bunu, Coco Neu, away Unumegun, no Napa America, not one Damarabanya no Naka. Kehemanaka. That was technically what was trying to let us know. Yeah, pass around the code. And before then, remember, our United States of Biafra, after our declaration, Kenya, the first thing our government, the USB, the first bill happens to self-defense. Happens to self-defense. You see? Happens to self-defense.
You know what even go?
I'm telling you, some of I actually saying that Bonafa because these people now almost 11 liners in there now. I didn't have I'm telling you, some of them, I didn't put it on that, some of them was against it. some of those they were against the self-defense. That must not carry now, or getting them in Nigeria now today. After that self-defense of USB pass area, everybody now is talking in Nigeria now, self-defense. Go and check because the man this Fulani if I kitana, this Fulani, I can tell you this one for free. Buy man the Fulani if I lanya kitana. Imakuna each don't catapult. If not the Fulani abu AK-47, Jidemma. Imakuji don't catapult, non a village. Since the Fulani, one never one on each catapult, nature. Man the Fulani Capatana village. Here we mystery, but when the Maggie believe him. Each don't have catapult as a self-defense. Since the Fulani now Biawano, I need you. Fulani can never enter your village. Go and try it.
Make I show you the in my air. Some people are different between a warrior and a terrorist. Baba, a terrorist is a terrorist. One thing about the terrorists is that once you are wapota, cool as a man, great terrorists, I they look me, I try and make I say,
Kai, you said it right. You said it right. There is very big difference between a warrior and ordinary terrorist. There is. You can't. You see, a warrior can even hold an arrow. Why a terrorist bring the machine gun? When a warrior go here.
Man,
honestly, my brother Exodus, a lot to
well, let me go. One no could you man, I will broadcaster. It won't happen now.
Yes.
That's a lot of things they explain about but to come possibly here for now.
Okay. Come to your name, my introduction before Mazekai cut from shots. That's why you see, Mazeka, I told you, you don't just when you want to debunk all this flav, you don't just play their video and listen. When you play it that way, you promote them and our people. You see the gullible. Sorry.
That
is it now. Yeah, you consider your listeners. Okay, on the platform our DPM creator. I say IPOB, blah blah blah. But I know na I got the idea. And some people on that group now yesterday, the USB government and our embassy na DC. Now I made a video as in their refreshment. I think you must have come across that video. So share ya. Say, you see this thing, oh yeah, kind of koku, Heroes Day. How maybe do you kind of or some of the I got maybe do Abraham already whatever they are not and I buy the naka, even the mother and washing, even the mother maker. I say, look at the reasoning. There are people till today. As the way she now their brain is empty. That is not reasoning the way you are. When they see it in the other way. So that's why whenever you are playing that video, play. Now they okay. When they pause her, I saw on the canal, but the boss around. Man, again, have watch play like that. You can't debunk all again. Look at full-fledged human beings that call themselves barristers and lawyers, even pastors. They are still telling you that it is time the country of war need to come and do something for Biafra because we have suffered enough. Now, when you look at someone speaking this way, they have they heard before that in a country their freedom out of sympathy because they have suffered. So in that case, we need to go and liberate them. You heard Mike Arnold na speech here before now. You have to fight for your freedom. Ask these people, what are they doing for their freedom to come? Nothing, absolutely nothing. The idea using some countries as a reference without going details to know what those countries did to be where they are today. Now we have USB. As long as this Biafran freedom movement is concerned, USB have did what other countries that stands today as a sovereign nation did during their own time. USB have done it. Why not these non-entities? I call them non-entities because they fail to understand. They have to reason. How research Bangladesh and India. Here, no reference or details. Or the a reference one issue when Mandela was in prison. Blah 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 blah. Here, details. Egypt, Mandela in prison. Mandela in prison. People are waiting for Mandela in the canon. Failure to know that. I am telling you, almost the same role. Who church can, who church Okafor. They play today. Who can Mandela play? Yeah,
I don't believe na like now on a normal day na DPM got this kind of this quality like this kind more than I don't believe. Man, on I catch Chineke paria. In our I catch you. I don't go left hand of God, then they go right hand of God by DPM. Because if sometimes to watch, even actually didn't know somebody be in my brother. Just think about it. No, and the man on the boy is so now.
Yeah.
Na kwa nigga get ina kwa bogu ni ha na ke ni ha wo. You got to go. Go back na where go no the the ga ka so what more Biafra.
Here me prayer. That is government for you. Let's
without that kind of thing you no go do it.
When once you are the choosing one in this movement, in this struggle, that hand of God will bestow on you. Check here our leader. Check here our leader Mazen Nandekano. He has that kind of spirit. Check here our PM Simon Eba. He has that kind of spirit.
Selfless
so it's not by mistake. It's not mistake. Now let me round up with this. Our brother Oluchinwa God, I greet you so much. Thank you for the journey. Thank you for the journey so far. You told us you will go, and you have gone. You've come back. Welcome back. Our ear is itching. However it is. We don't want them all. Udo one them time mama ga na-aza amakọ mgbe na-ejizi abịaza wụzi mgbe m na-ejizi enwetụrụ such time ahụ anyị na-eji anọ mana however it is nwanne ngarị nwe nwale ili ya we must continue nwanne tie ya eru ebe anyị na-aga na nke ikpeazụ a there is something we need to understand again. Those that are still fighting against Biafra, they need to wake up. Biafra is here. Just look at the wave. Look at the wave. Take your mind back. A decade ago, this kind of wave on Eme all over the world in the name of Biafra. After Go On released that shenanigan release also this thing here, publication here. Look at what has been happening in that period. Give us the videos.
But
No, before.
It is sure not Go On. There's that thing. Go On now on the book. We not on the book. We not. In get game man what is on the.
My brother, elekpanu hisa ekwu elebe ono akwa ndị dịrị ọrụ akpọrọla ejome ya so na agadizi jizi flex ya na edishizi art lights onweghị na ghọta ndị kpọrọ ya ọrụ the owner of the contraction ya alawa na nka ha kpọrọ ya o nwere ihe merenụ here my uncle here na-emere m na-agwa m the thing o si an imam n'obodo a the man agbatụrụ na age so mgbe ọ gbatụrụ na age ịma o nwere oge mmadụ ga-agbatụ na age ya nwee dementia so ọ ga na-ekwu anyhow the man wee imam ya pụtara na ihu train station ya na-eti mkpu na-acha atụ agwa ndị mmadụ that na ndị na-akpụchi n'ala awụghị ezigbo ihe na ha na-akparụ dị iche iche lekwe ihe ha na-eme na ọmahụ na ha yuzuru na-eme nke lekwa na-agụchi ihe niile ha na-eme and the people na-agbakọ na-ege so report eruole na ndị isi ha ihe ha mere otu ha nọ na London here enweghị ha ga-eme ya here ha pet imete ha pet emecha kpọrọ ya dome ya ndị obodo asị ka edome ya na jesi na eji house ebe a na-eleta ndị okenye edowe ebe ahụ the man na-ekwukwe detain so ihe ha meziri wụzi ndị na-akpụchi n'ala agbakọ aka ọnụ si na ha ga-akpọrọ ya ka ha kpọrọ ya gaa Afghan ha kpọrọ ya Afghan ga lekọta ya nwanne ala dị man na ala ya Afghan ga gbuo ya amara ịma ha ga-egbu ya ebe a mana ha na dị man na ala ya Afghan ga-agbuo ya the man ọrụ jụkwa ajụ na ọ ga-aga Afghan ha na ya ala ya Afghan. Why am I saying this? Sometimes our people, our people ga na-eme anyị nwe ọdụ obi ahụ. Dadio, you're welcome in the house. I yield the mic for you. Thank you so much.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, Mazaka, I greet you.
Welcome, sir.
And Mazaka. Yes. I greet everybody. I just come back this morning, sir, because
you know what? Yes, I can't bug you.
Yeah, but this morning, even I just because I'm through Denmark. So
yeah, welcome.
I got go need the journey. Here the bias na akọrọ egero. Enwe video messenger after ngara the trip.
Okay.
Or sometimes so obradika kai ma Simon no more batobia ma Nnamdi Kanu. These two people enwere ihe nọ in them na-anọ n'ime ndị nọ outside. No, all that obe dapụtara like this, like lion. I would go check that this guy is show up. Chineke play your job. A man when you goose roto say ask him do not. See a look what you say, Amma. I understand. Pamazen Katana, Jim to me, she go to any everything okay. This time everybody okay. My brother, I am Bakwan Katan, and look, I could go for 5 minutes, kind of, you know, no, I'm one details. And when one guy, man, I saw, I'm not quite there, but due to young woman the link. I go my soon here poor, come on, but the prison makes us him, and when I him, you know, has to hang with the thing. Us to hang with the thing for me to come, but already I was in him there. You want to go? Hello?
Able to my mic, sorry, man, if you know, man, oh, you know, coconut, no, there, oh, yeah, bye, oh, yeah, bye.
But when you buy, I want you buy. Oh, the guy now got there every 2 weeks. You know, now got one but to be anyway.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, but one of our brother, make a car so jida in a DM.
Yeah.
So one of them now so spare parts. So, what put a motor volunteer, say, mobile anybody brand nagadan. I only bonya, happy any no make a brunya through and through a lotta.
Okay.
So, but the thing it wanna something happened. Sometimes this life, on a had them in a new message. In from one side, okay, Choriga. I'm saying now have to go through a man matter. More.
You know, I'm anything they could be if you suppose, you know, or no,
Is it?
I'm not. No, if you're not, because on a gapa public, I'm new idea.
And forget that thing. More na him.
Okay. Okay, Daniel.
Man, more the reason the gauge how was on the time when people go Finland, I got after hand a man and misrepresent that is always very, very, very bad message. So Ogan Nagaga after match, I said I'm going to do it. Msimba Naga me anybody. I insisted. They could look as I will not only promising the Kuronya can not just only soon poor or your Pogana about Emma, don't know Emma. Bonya had that Poruze the name Nishi, Imam Matabo. Bamba will not talk to anybody. Owonya no ya jakam onye duro oge nkere iyi ọrụ. Go we are swearing in all of us saw it. Everybody saw it. Ihe jibido with ihe a na ị ga-ahụ ihe m ga-ekwu ma nkwucha ihe a.
Okay.
So after the n'ọnụ iyi ahụ, remember when they did that, they later raised the bylaw, if you recall.
I do.
And that bylaw, lately, what bylaw ahụ, and after 3 months, ahụ PM, Ogenkere becomes prime minister. That is
exactly. One of them.
So now, Ogenbazere, Mona Data brother gara there. But ahụrụ na Data brother to ha na-ekwuru oge a na-ekwuru Imam Madabo.
Okay.
So ihe a mere mpa Simon mechara kpọọ m si m ọnụgo olu m na ndụ kwuru na nwụ versus Samba 60. Ya sị na my voice ọ na-anụ na ọ dị no na the mature na no love for the way share respond to all the man na gbam but us na ngekuru Emma msi ya who is Emma osim ha anyere him number ya say agaghị m ekwuru anybody that's so that man mecha dere message sim na ọ na m ekwuru ihe na ma ije nwere ike ọ gaghị enwe isi no agaghị enwe isi msi ya na agaghị m ekwuru ya na more carry go that the age no na carry go that age na m ga-eje go mgba ticket ị ga-ahụ our prime minister. That prime minister or prime minister of everybody.
Yeah.
All him bro say I know. So but no guy who's that na bankata. Enwe m intention ikwu ya.
Imeche kwuoria.
Kworo onye.
Ịma one.
Mba ajụrụ m completely.
All right.
So man oge rụziri anyị na-abata obi no. That our brother, because that Mpa Simon ahụ, that guy Bonga, surname and my surname would the same. So the man now fed no one name. Juma says, okay, born one name. Why not young way got home but to be bagwam? But that's some banama one name, but I know old one at the by my coincidence, the same surname. But now while we are hiding with all Batobie, something happened. I didn't want to say that before. So Batobie, the guy here will tell the topic. Same Bamazo Batobie saying no one hear me any say. What Batobie say again in minute? Also because no going to Arabia because na amata chahonye wona asina nge kuru Imam Madhabu na mu aju completely. So the guy si ejaka kpọọ Mpa Simon na sabiko ya kwukwere onye dị ya kwuore m the man kwukwere m so onwe onye ọbụla m na-akpọ n'ọgọdị na ha ekweghịzi m n'ihe m ga-eme m ga ma akwagoni m tiketi kwụ ụgwọ hotel mụ aga na iri ego m kwụrụ ụgwọ ya lọta ma. So after some time that our brother kpọọ m again bido enwezi onye kpọrọ anyị our brother odogwu Enugu kwa bakasịchara ya ahụ no makwa onye ọ chịrị dị na ihe adaji o. The guy so ọ dị mbọ bara na ya Jesus. Odogwu Enugu na abara that guy mba. Mba mbọ ya link into the guy.
Okay.
Ọ na-agbaziri ya mba. So why would that happen? No nwe mgbe ọ gwara m na a ga-meet anybody. So the guy na-agwa m na ọ dị mbọ bara na ya. So the guy kpajizi m back na-arịọzi nsị m biko na m eweli iwe na ọ dị ihe emebe before so nke nwa so mụ amacha ihe niile ịmasị oke mmadụ wụ. So oge a rụziri that the guy eji aka kwute dịtị n'ihu ọbata obi oge ọ nọ na-ekwu ọbata obi ele so ihe m mere wụ mkpọ nsọ ọbata obi ya asasị ya ga-eme ntị. Maybe this information na-ekwu na ha agwabeghị ọbata obi before. Ihe na-agwa gị na reason m nyere ya m ga-achọghị m ikwuru Imam Madhabu akwa ịghọtara. Nsọ ọbata obi ya asị m mkpọ ya again ya asasị ya ga-eme ntị na ihe m ekwuru m onye a ịbịa hụ gị wee iwe na after the declaration on the 29th of August of November 2029, declared Biafra by Dr. Abeza. Now something happened. And after the declaration, an Abatra within just 1 month, how constitute how present at the USB government form not with organ form their own. I quit what they mean.
Yes.
With a brig. Na you went on not this same man. Na how many votes? I'm not missing what I can go on those kind of level. See, I know this man won him. Na how many votes to Tinyo Gechukwu as prime minister, assistant prime minister. Nna gwazi ọbata obi na after ha goziri bylaw nna gwazi ọbata obi na lately ka matara what the bylaw mean wụ na ahụhụ gị nwa 3 months ya nna gwa ọbata obi na onwe ede na ọ na ahụhụ gị within 3 months oge Chukwu awọ prime minister. But ana m agwa na something happened before the 3 months already. Oge Chukwu nkere na enyi m eseziela okwu abi ha sezi n'okwu ya nọrọzie na nke ya bi na-aza si arụsị bridges ihe otu aka shigba ya ọbata obie gbakwana ọbata obie n'oge nkerezi wozikwana ihe ahụ that bylaw ha mekere emeziele prime minister. Nna agwa ọbata obie that right now you are being addressed by former prime minister.
Good.
And that is pure truth because abahụrụ ngazi ntụmachi echi because ọbata obie na-apụta so ọ pụtazi echi play here people ask na I don't have any reason to do that. Because of with this man emboldened Ogenkere, he was the one who brought this chaos na this system. All no he encourage, all no sworn here in. This man has smart because when they did that, he used the opportunity and took over everything. So you remember there was a time Mark Borosina Hatchor na akpọla countless time ka ọ bịa ka hazie ihe ya ajụ. So for that, ya ejizi aka sị na ha chụpụziele oge nkere gbakazie sị legodi ndị na-achụpụ mmadụ na ya nwere igi. So ọhịa ngwụrụ ọbata obe, let me tell you, after ngwụrụ ọbata obe, believe me, ịma mgbe ọbata obe nọ ya omeme broadcast mgbe ahụ something call ihe na-adị deep dapụta o nwere ihu ya change ama m ghọtara. That's very deep. Maybe ọnụbe ihe ha before.
Ọnụbeghị ya.
Ọ na-ekwukwere ha niile o. Or they talk to all of them.
Thank you for confirming. Thank you for confirming that.
Yeah, ọ na-ekwuru ha but ọ gwakwara m reason anyway. So look, that guy is too intelligent. Ịma ihe nne m ọbata obi ihe ha mege Nnamdi Kanu dapụtasị ya uche na-asasị nworụsọ ọ na-abịa court Nnamdi Kanu na-abịa court and ha na ha ede leta wegere sị court ị ga-abịa taa denounce Simon. So anima did that. So agaghị m dị aka ga m si onye a mere nke onye a mere but ọwụ ihe mere bupụtara this topic but ahụrụ m na the guy o changed because I'm not sure no on go this information before. Ngwa ya si o nwere one woman na-akpọ Mankiru ma Eunice Pibi. Si ya these two people no ụmụ nwanyị ọ chọrọ ịma who are they si ọbata obi oge na ndị agbara gị mgbati 2024
eji that chat you still have that chat
but no shock was all of us after in issue na ndị was na defend Zikpegi but the same people now defend the Gagna all of them no with Ogenkere today ha na-akpọ gị former prime minister and agbachara magba otu so na akpara wajize not by Mr. Simon have compromised. You have asked a little because na no all disappointed go Biafrans. I want because on that barawa.
Exactly. On the memo now. Mama, I will tell
compromise because of Ngozi.
Because of Ngozi, yes.
I told him all this thing.
That is if PM have betrayed Biafra.
God bless you. So
Mr. Simon have betrayed Biafra.
Yes, I told you. No, we got Mr. Simon. So, but let me tell, can go here. A lot of people outside up to obey the form the Quran. Can you believe that?
Dadio, a minute. Dadio, just a minute. Just let me just interject a little bit. Because we are just following up. I need to follow you up. We are following up, and the whole world is listening to us. Robert Toby, all those things, and Robert Toby, can you see another way?
Robert Toby say I took recognition. The lay that recognition docu. That's in the recognition. So, okwu any ne decode, but he had word, he had chogana recognition. Or all man declare Biafra. So, but here come on, all these people.
So, say that the in aware now this information now. I want to aware of it or not. But I not aware of it. And that betray area. On one idea and that betray area before going Abia.
One idea, but one information no. Like I'm going to now. I didn't show no that one before. All what that one minute.
Maazị Exodus, look, I just a question now. Sorry.
So
Carry on, my brother.
So look. Ha niile ahụ mgbe ị hụrụ ha na-agbara ihe ha na-agbara ịma na ha na-aga to him they do go to him ihe ha megewu ihe ha na-eme mgbe ahụ Nnamdi Kanu nọ na DSS mgbe ọ nọ Sokoto ihe awụzi Meka onye gazie ọwụ ihe ọ gwara ha ọwụ ihe ọ ga-agba gị ka ha ga-eji apụta kọma ihe ọzọ so the guy they informed, all the informed, all my henny name again, Oma. So, I know I wanna know Kwahokuru, come Jishike. Near to go by recognition. Ihokuru can call we had got by here, but for young women that statement in my home meaning. I know people feel on your garoja, Igana, but the word on your Poraha, Moigana Poroya. And he was so happy, very, very happy. But he got that common individuals. Or Naha try because all now so young one kuna no but or got about yeah. Yeah.
EJ gotta be joking, and I really thank God for your wisdom.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
And I hope now okay for I man like
one battle ọ nwere ihe o kwuru gbutara m ọ maka oge njụrụ ya Adam chai na ọsị Adams na-abịa ahụ ya once in a month but na ọ dịrị the boy easy ka touchere m bad also ọ dịrị the boy easy once in a month ka Adam na-abịa and also look no ya no
na wa nke a dịkwa tough
ai okwu ka ahụ nwere otu ahụ si mee ma ọ sị na Adam na-abịa once in a month but na ọ dịrị the boy easy ihe na o ji epe na anyị ụlọakụta ọhamadike nọ lụzụ nne na nna ịpụta na-agba ya wota Simon look at how close ọ nọ with this boy ya nọ that people ịga letecha ya ịpụta na-akọ ihe ọzọ na-akọ eri ọwụhụ ọ na-enye joy. So, the guy, the Akumenas and mother, the sound, all the very, very sound. All that put that is only influence, only that guy now. I am telling you.
Ndi was always ebube.
As I would go doji. I do me lada na be me lada and no bunu putra like this. Oh, you go sweet.
Dadio. Everybody ala. Sorry, Dadio.
Mazoluchuma, just a minute. Yotago. I need no here. We all are matured. When need to know when you're playing for when much. Even information done at the side. Vam. Now we must defend our interests. I'm going to defend our interests. They need to defend the Yabasarani. Not about put outside, but about Kotogo, Pentogo black outside. A big ardent. To ask you to get the nail Lucy, a big ardent. To ask you to get the nail Lucy. It is the duty of going the Quanto. You put a get the bunko now, a guy banket. You're talking about point. Only I got to ask you Lucy, no about it. I'm on the internet ever. You put a camera. Now what the whole world that now the tongue doesn't have anything to do with our PM anymore.
Forget that story. Forget that story. Now me they tell you. I will get back and say, I want to help you could there. Any now story. Now me they tell you. Look.
So go and sit from side there in Kakwa side there. Go and sit from side there in Kakwa side there. I'll just wait with to see get the bunk. You have fun at to nearly share.
And I mean they tell.
Okay, good. I am to confirm. Thank you, sorry.
Those things there. We have many Muhammad Diken na DSS. Or we all the same thing make. Onye beye we another information. But onye beye we and you ma Diken na eme give potayase give you must condemn Simon. I got to progon. Give condemn this person. I got to progon. Give me grand na kwa moto. I got to progon. Only hand the manager in and look onye obula no n'ime ọnọdụ ahụ anaghị eme ọdị ihe a. They need to do those kind of things. Or if you guess Biafra Exodus, Mekwenko, we can say, I am Masiko Biafra Exodus. But when you're not going here, when you come on, oh my, but I'm not going to Yamatazi, Nigabi, Exodus, Kai, Pan. That's again Kai. One onye Garcia, I'm Kai, no, that guy is too intelligent. But on program to Romo, toss him look. Now, that door, man, Dr. Abeze. Also, no, na case here. I will my hand could get terror.
Yes.
Also, no, has in a case here. So, and on even your wages, I can say, nothing look. No innocent again. Now, Potago, now, me go therapy, me more walk. And they say, I throw away. Imagine that kind of mentality.
My brother, Olishuma God, adieu. Ebali ala niche gara.
So a lot. No, but when you're black, you need an I'm gonna buy I know see I see who never go, never see. Yeah, those things not be true. You need a makeup. But when you are talking fundraising now, they take and define fundraising. Look on not with you, because you see how to recognition. Is it not documented?
My brother, don't
Yeah. My brother, Nami go there and all our platform when him intention he have to the law, but I won't have got here. But any na wash na lie. It jack book na you go there. No matter how bad expensive, I'm had them say, but all the son they been so they be about cost my hotel almost 600, but side the Gwenugu I saw 60 euro according to that brother I nice that's from Helsinki to here was 60 euro. But our own side are doing like that. Well, I got to can you don't know to shoot to you know she's Denmark butter. Your tago. But
yeah,
you're welcome back.
Antiano Noku.
Gementi. Ọbata obiesi onye ọbụla chiri bịa hụ ya. Because ọ nwere mgbe that about that jụrụ that question ndị sharp side. But a ga-akọwara ya onye ọwa ọfụma. You know, there must be a very good explanation, but to restrict anybody. So, ihe na-agba gị na-awụ because I want them like old time. I did no ega. Only can ihe ahụ na-ekwu na o nwere kofi na gịnwa aka agaghị aga ma ọ wụ mụnwa agaghị aga ama m ghọtara like mgbe ahụ adọchụ na-aga ya gị ma ọ na-awe price something to ya nwa ihe na-asị ya agala ya agala ya agala even mgbe a gwara sị ya onye ọbụla nọrọ ebe ọ nọ ọ bata eriseti ihe ọ na-eriseti. So, but after I got that in Obe, and he knows the cow. So, Hapuchakba, he had na curry, but the thing all those things does not exist. Now, me, they tell you 45 good, I know that so Ghanaians, well, I believe, guy, you look where you see your bet, you know, where I got to back my wallet, but you get remove everything. You get to remove everything. Even though I want to walk with there, but I could say I do got more of that hand with 100 men. I asked, I do remember more about something. Look, more I did against any 100 anything, but the thing I said that to Batobia. The only people get me people they look up to Utanas Hassan have work with any dragon. Nanda organ one how so organ had this because that about the concern organ had this in attend the bank and which is true and I'm up to look all get people will listen. Can't happen now. Ask me no go work. I told them outrightly because I'm the genesis of it. I'm just saying now. When they involve that morale to talk to our people again. Am I not a minute? So when like that massively. Channel lobla because I only hear that I think Maxwell, ma'am. Mgbe ọ na-ekwu Ọhamadike na-ekwu ihe akwụ unu hụrụ that clip unu hụrụ the clip hello
the on what
clip ahụ o ji kwuo 100 men unu ọhụrụ ya mgbe Maxwell na-ajụ ya ajụjụ ahụ na court
okay
yeah o nwere clip o mere 2 times. Yes, yeah, 100 million. How does it go? But when he was open, so in how to this man, Simon go man, these people don't want the knowledge in January. Open head decoded.
Because
under pressure, he released something hammer. Gakos can only about mountain, but I'm more that kind of. Now, even if you're intelligent, you will know. You will know. Honey, na amaham all the ma onye ọbụla mụọ nwa henceforth. Biko, ka mara onye ọbụla mụrụ nwa nwoke gụọ ya Simon. Itinye go the hekpa because I got even itinye go the Simon hekpa, itinye ya son name. I am telling you. More now I'm gonna someone but the guy is too intelligent. Said to him, yeah. Go no when he jibia, don't when he to him achieve. Give it to her. You know.
And then I get every few video on I ticket.
Yeah, but the Oboto that guy I carry go also back a ticket via give that give say onye America onye ni na nwekwa onye mkpọrọ aha dị ahụ you know all maka this guy we put a topic ka nji wete anụ mgbe ahụ ọ bịara kwuo na ihe achọga na recognition ka anyị hapụ message ihe ahụ vam na-akọ story even na nche ego ọzọ na-aga
ọ maka dị na-ege ya ntị na ife o tene mma ebe ọ wụsara ọwara ya
ọwụwụ na onye a na-akọ awụrụ
eziokwu na ebe kwen
ihe awụrụ eziokwu ihe ha mege just to make sure people distract bịa were ego nye ha not because this is who Obatobe is. Have you fought Obatobe before? Is it not him that fought Obatobe? Have I fought him before?
I
don't like you get those people, my brother.
Full broadcast. Ejim ya, don't make me upload on my Twitter.
Ebe ka nọkwa ele ndị ọ nọ with nakwa.
Ebe m gịnị?
Ọ ka nọ with madam.
O kwere choice.
Okay, I don't know them. Look, I
na-ekwu video o before. Nany ebe na.
Yeah, I don't listen to these people, I'm telling you. I don't make except I listen to these people. Well, I know my got video send the thing in Finland. Our people would this in that mega program now, the mega course again. Oh, how man declare go Biafra. Are they not aware?
Hama. A good people be get those who doesn't Nigeria.
Oh, which people be now president.
Now we're gonna offend that nature.
They're just wasting that time. I'm not gonna lie you. Because we have Megan that how not they are aware. Only him Megan that they're not aware, and because of how the plan, they can never be aware of that happening. So I just pity for them because they lack knowledge. They lack knowledge. Even here I'm here today, I will pure. And you take care. I am choosing words because so but then I go no oh any man no day I want to forget that story. Forget that story. That me they tell you. Forget that story.
If you may look at the we put memo.
Of course, I've told the Agbago Batobiana that never Puga Yahem and the Canon government and may Puga and everything about him now in the Maryland office. Now he owns it. Now I told him now. Maybe one boy that one before I told him.
Genesis,
but that is when could you I told him everything now.
Okay.
I told you, no, open space or hidden something. We are all here when he performed the whole thing, Nabi. I didn't know here. I mean everything. I told him everything.
I got the video. Had that one.
Even Kanjina had to play it anyway. How we jenga. Or when neck and get but indicate Kuru, Ndemawo, Mukamada, Patayasage, oh, Obado no with us, Obato be no with us, Obato be no with us.
What the one I know that in last year?
Mbahage Pusipeni again, or they're not going to talk at me again because all we have Jagwagan now. I want to hear him. No, so yeah,
it's no a video is there anymore.
But send the bed and gear came none okay. Kuno Queen Mabasara, Odin Pai, she had to go to Latidi, you know, the name is in a wing hanger. The by God should not have decided not for us to go home. You know, a long video because it dig out my countenance, how I'm feeling. You know, and now Nandi Canon, Simon, Doctor Rabba. Here, the by jury make the Nando. No child, no Budon Jaws, or now, story. ike a na-agwụ ha na ịhụ Helsinki ịhụ Finland abeg even ebe a bi sef wo mkpomkpo ebe compare with the obodo
mana mma.
Hey, it's a shame that our people gagacha ebe a ele agbara m ọgbata obi say no one day ji say ahụkwa m underground no one day ji si otu aka isi arụ Biafra ya sị m ọ ga-eme oge m gwara sị ya na enwe one man na Bible kedu aha that man oge ọ hụrụ Jesus ọ sị he can die abi onwe one man
it's not one man making
onwe one man na Bible oge ha mụrụ Jesus so oge ọ bịara hụ Jesus the man si na he can die in peace ma ya onwe chere ọnwụọ na ọ ga-anwụ in peace but ọ hụrụ Jesus agwara m ya ọbata obi esi ya na anya hụrụ gị mgbe atọra ilulu a na-akọ ya asị na onwe ebe m na-aga na m ga-anọ ya asị enwe ebe m na-aga na achọrọ gị na-edego anywhere. I was so onwe akwa ihe na-azaghị obi aṅụrụ jufere m na m how to express myself.
But ije ga na ọkwa that is it.
And that nye m joy. Amam dị na-aga hụ Ọhamadike na Sokoto ama me can never be the same. Nwanne. Ndị marafela jere ha niile achọghị m ha niile na-apụta akọ iri ma ndị DOS na-eme nkọ iri ọ bata obi ewu ụtara ji Chineke ị na-anya na-agwa gị
ụmụaka bịara na-enye nsogbu moto ma mic
ụtara ji Jesus
ọbatọrọ kajala
ndị a na-akọdo ihe ha na kidi shọ na ha na-eri nri
ndị a bụ ndị na-enwe conscience na
agwachara m ya ma otu achala ugo ji na-arịọ ya mgbe ya si ọbata obi ichetere ya prọfesọ aba Yoruba land ya si omene asị eme na Yoruba dị ha na distinction ọ dịghị shọ bụta o nwere otu ofe ile ọ sị na ya gwara na ya kwuru ya ekwu gwakwa na ịhụnanị na Sunday Igbo emene sekuriti tụrụ mbe eme ya approve the same ya ị na-akọsị na ihe awụ ihe ya mere ihe ndị be anyị kemgbe ahụ akwa ezuole ha ike they never rest. Maazị Nnamdi Kanu weta eze ha agharị weta BL ha agharị they never rest. Ihe mere n'ike Dr. Ebeze jigwu ha ike wụ ha amaghị ihe o emege enwere ike wepụta wepụta men na-eyi ha akpa ihe niile awụ forget about much everything ya dịka nwe ihe emege but let it be that way because onye 21st century independent chọrọ ọ chọghị apụtaghị iwepụta men ebe ebucha egbe achọghị ọdịnye ahụ ime ya dewo enwe ebe ịgaje onye chọọ ibute uche a ga-atụ chi na-akụziere ya amacha ọdosin forget ya hụrụ m ebe a na-ede enwere lekwe ihe ha yi lekwe otu ha dị nwanne hapụ ihe niile aha wụ all show because 21st century of after peaceful declaration achọghị dị ije anya ahụ onye ji osisi inwe anwa mee because ihe na-akpọ ha non-state actors and ime peaceful declaration one you don't need to show anybody inwe ike wepụta ndị amege march eme ka dị otu ha dị na-emechiri ihe iwu maka ndị sabotage na homeland but ihe ahụ ahụrụ m ebe ekwughe nwanne we know wetin we don't need to be talking but I'm na ihe ndị a elite squad ihe elite squad the whole 40 state amaghị so na command ha so ọwụle ka ha forget ihe ndị mmadụ na-akọ ọwụ ihe 21st century peaceful declaration wetere aga ahụ onye bu egbe aga ahụ onye na-ebu ihe ọbụla so inwe anwa mee because all eyes on United States of Biafra ha chọrọ ịma
they just want to know how you comport yourself.
Within this short time I now watch it, I return on a map to the war stage. Within this time, we have a deputy prime minister, we have a finance minister, we have a government, government of first contributing for recognition by this organization of emerging African states. Africa,
Yes.
European big body. So in that watchdog, they are watching. Forget Dr. Ngozi Arabese the smart. The man can talk anything. Depend to all Kwanzano so. I will go to your manager, mem. Onye mana mega argument na Finland. Na the narrative ha na-epush oge declare Biafra. Enwe ụmụnna anyị ndị si America ma UK kpọọ m na-ekele Chineke na Biafra emechago bịa. After oge nkere ha mere ya mema mmadụ ha bụ story ha change zikwe after them gịnị mere. The same people na Joseph say hey na asịsị Biafra had declared na Finland wo Biafra Simon or Biafra Nnamdi Kanu. Can you imagine? And this lies people need.
Anybody could do why if he supposed to not if he supposed to if you make a million, you go take a warrior.
No, but that is the same people was happy. Who can me has seen the Lekuno to the from information handlers has in here Dr. Rebeze declared and Finland. Biafra Simon na Simon editor go Nnamdi Kanu how was that assist all my chapura here America from sim this is just pure mazin ndị mmadụ they can lie see how was but him onye ba ya obi na-echi ike tọrọ dasha ya apostle. Oh yeah, problem I want my brother. So Rafael Ajere, all those things. Oh, but to be a man, ya karamanagi. Or
of course, man.
Any of them, oh, but to be an aging record. Young women have pointing now. He brought them to the government. Ogahon may broadcast, autopilot, may broadcast. Ota Nnamdi Kanu should make broadcast. Or how I make the broadcast. Even though I make it, I'm not going to enter Biafra. I was not seeing all these names. I hope I'm Rafael Ajere. I hope I'm all these people. I'm more guy not to gonna enter Biafra. What these names? I hope I'm Hannah. So there's nobody. Grana cabinet or Batobe. Just the same thing that Nnamdi Kanu DOS leadership. Nnamdi Kanu was young one form DOS. So the same way it is to Batobe. He is the one who brought people together. Nobody brought him together. And when you do something, so Batobe come and supervise it for us. He started it. He brought people to come and take positions. So a lot of them, me and Don name me meeting alone name before. Countless meeting with this almost to brain on your blanha. So people gather and I cry a story. He knows everything. You get the Gagwaya now, Gagwaya say, Onyaman, now for years. All my capability, all my Otonia nation reason. So I got me everything, my brother. I'm not gonna lie you. Where am I to sell herself? na Methuselah na-agbazi na ha na-agbazikwa Maazị Nnamdi mba na ndị DOS na already na ha nọz on their own nwee their own logo na ha wepụzile Nnamdi Kanu ihe ọbụla ha na-eme. I told him that Methuselah now indirectly is also begging him. The thing kwuru ya ike. These are those who fought Obata Obie. That is Amamu Odigo, but Achalugo Korea now. Also every morning, Chinasa boy, I say they're gonna in Hoggy. Every day, yeah, they're going Hoggy against Obata Obie. So I told him the thing is like
Of course, now all got their surprise.
When catch a logo, yeah, we issue with them because I'm on the word that woman Robert told you. Jesus, Achalugo.
If I
even no guy back when I ke unye Ohamadike, yeah, church. I say I'm everything now, no, I just check it because of Ohamadike involved. Also, when he no G Nakaya, you might the guy who always very, very, all the deep, always very smart person. So, but yeah, just near refresh the memory. Here can get the bell and I come one side. So, my brother, I will tell him, look, all we joy. And
he get the very solid. Come on, no matter
and I got him here. The only thing now, I got me a cambia, Obata Obie question. All the solid. Also, that is also Tona. Also,
I got
up to where they come, Lion, they come.
Card no fun. Card no.
I go for us. Look, what to on or Kiasi because
that now I bet you with my 10 fingers and my 10 toes.
Oh yeah.
Our mommy I bet you with my 10 fingers and my 10 toes. This was Mazi Aqua slogan after lying to his audience.
Oh, the thing. Yeah, not to need no wash. I'm being honest with you.
It's what I say.
I say because I need me a car argument. Only one opportunity. Let me tell you, only anybody no under United States of Biafran government Geru Ebo Bato Bieno, Pomande Mother, and Kai, I never did that. If not like him, I go up to try him, I got him on Mother, because all we hope to be needed at this point. So all documents, all documentation, evidence can come. So even the helpless. I had the helpless about him because how going to how many head wrong, how much he had to go about it. So, but when you believe who got there, put not rubbish. All we home make up because he's saying it because they are not genuine. So, in any name corona, when a big girl again now, get away him. But it's not possible. Any day.
If you could have gone, if so far so good.
I met I get cool privately. What I go?
I'm so bad.
Mercedes, because you went a Mercedes, eh? What do you win? You know to see Russia, Arnold. Go on the GCH, you know to see Russia, Arnold. So, we have my Exodus in the my kind of person.
Yes.
Yeah. Ihe ahụ nwere akwụghị 100 men. Ngwa gị ugbu that it might be relevant. But o nwere ihe ga-ewetere mmadụ asị kama nnọọ a ga-asịkwa mgba mee na ihe unu chere ime. Ama na ọdị mmiri. O nwere ike ọ makwa na ọ ma the result na onwe ihe ọ ga-apụta. Because okay, ajụrụ m ajụjụ na, for example, ọ bụrụ na ị chọrọ this unity according to them, kemgbe ọhụụ unu bidoro na ya, unu ọkpọgoni Dr. Abeze, unu ọkpọla PM second PM ka ọ nwoke nke na-amaghị ya hụ izi akpọ ya was inwe ebe ọ na-akpọ exa Biafran gọọmenti exa ọ ga-akpọnwụ exile. So unu contact go na ọnụ unu mege peace, but ọ naanị Dr. Abeze who create nke nọ na platform more than 1,000. So ihe ahụ iwe gị let us ọ na-elechakwa everybody ka ọ nọdịga n'ihe na-ewu ụnụ. So anọwu ihe maazị nke ha kụrụ 100 men. Look, I'm not against it, and enwegoko my dear, enwego ndị nnụnụ na-awụ ndị dị involved, you know, even ngwa gị egwu surprise, but then ọwụkwa USB anyway, but gị hụna na the source ya adịghị genuine. I will say that ma agwa gị ya, you know, gị hụrụ na all those things wo ọ dị ka mgbe ha si command na Simon kana ọhamadike nwere ike pụta ka o mekwe ka ọ ya asị gị I don't know him, but ị hụrụ ihe na-eji ama nwoke today he never did that. So hapụzie Simon gị hụrụ nwa ka ọ ga-eso. So ugbu ekwedị ndị a the whole ihe a mege na ihe a ọ machakwa ihe niile, ma ihe niile mere na Oyo steeti ọbata obi machakwa. So ọgba ka people mara ndị a na-akọ nke ha mago na ha ke ha agago with him, they know ha megezi ka ha mgbe ego ha ga-enweta before ya apụta. Before ya apụta onye ọbụla ha everybody will go and sleep. I'm not gonna lie you, because ọ ga-tolerate all this garbage. Ọ dịghị possible. Ịmakwa onye ọwụ na ihe ọ na-ome. Ọ na-tolerate nonsense. Onye ọsọkwara gị wụrụ.
Man of his word now.
So you need to tolerate nonsense. So all those things work ebe niile. Ọwọ jụbụ oyi. Ịgazie Finland gị ga na anya ga-alọ ị na-akọ story. As if Finland or Ogodi North America, all ndị mmadụ bi there. But ma that time ha rush the thing, achọ customers. Ugbu onwezi ihe ọzọ eji achọ customers. Mgbe ọ na-asị gị, he don't know, he has nothing to do with Ngozi, he has nothing to do. Ịpụta ego ya agbamazi gị na I have something to do with her. Ndị a mere ndị a deceive a lot of people. I don't know. I saw here anyway. Pure deceit.
I just want to deceive everybody.
Pure deceit. In the one and these people be shameless. Go and look na here deceit.
Are they too bad, yeah?
Look at the caliber of people put on at this TV go see here. I'm that reverend, I still recall. And we were platform my name it but the member I went by the left, that face. Look at their faces.
That reminds me of
declare go Biafra. Are they not aware? Come on, I'm not talking America. America declare ake ndị na-ekweghị na akụpụ ewere aka ọdọ kụjie hụkwụ n'aka. Ndị gburu ọsọ gbazi ọsọ gaa ebe ọzọ. Ha ebe ha nọ na-enwe good time. A na-asị ka alama. Ha nọrọ here na look at them. Look at their faces. Ndị niile ọbata obi ewu nwa ha. Look at them. Okay, on the 18th of November ka ha kpọrọ lọbata obi. Enwe onye m jiga dị ajụjụ. From 18th of November to 29, enwere change emere. There was no change. Ihe ọbata obi, that thing no put in place. Ke etinyere up there. And when one of our brother gwara m na Finland, ọ sị na ihe ahụ ekwuru mgbe ahụ okwu eziokwu. Ọ sị na Finnish police mgbe ọ gwara na ndị ga-eshi abịa all over the world eru 1,500. The man sị na police gwara na ha niile ga-anọ na a ga-akpọchi ha niile. Ọ sị ya onwe ya ezuchi ya onwe ezuchi ya pụtaziri mgbe ha pụtara sị na edeclara Biafra. That is to tell you what Dr. Rebeze did. Now, I think obi amaha this thing. Oma, because the man see na police see na dey give everybody. Yeah, the man see show up to 1,000 something guy, but the man police ban Hanine will be detained. Onye na-agba m ihe nọ dia, but not so gara dodge ya mgbe ya pụtazi ọwụ na declare Biafra. So let me tell you, Mazi Kai, ọwụ na-eme ihe on the 29, Mazi. It would have been Anake ha gala. Na me they tell you. Onye na-agba m ihe a, onye agbara nkorokoro. Imagine onye nọ dị agbara ya ga-dodge ya.
No dodge.
Onye gwara m ihe a bi Finland, ọ sị na police bịara na ihe niile ga-abịa ije a ga-detain everybody. Na ihe ji believe onye ahụ ị nwere ihe police gwara ọbata obi ya mgbe ọ na-achọ ime ihe ha gwara ya ga-emeni. Ha gwara si Simon, you know what you want to do. Ọkwọmadị ya sị na ya ama. The man ha jikwa against audition ọ yi ya sị ihe a ihe ya chọga. So mgbe hụrụ ọ dịsị ndị akpa ama agbụrụ ọsọ, Dr. Rebeze, believe me, a question nọ na-atụpụrụ ndị ọnụ. Most of them gbụrụ ọsọ. Dr. Rebeze awụnye Finland. Hele anya even mgbe ahụ Methuselah sị enwere ndị si na ha aga alụ ije ahụ mgbe ahụ.
About for a na-ekwu ya.
Yes. Ihe ahụ wee eziokwu. Anụrụ m ya from that our brother eso jide yi na Hamadi eso yi na ọbata obi. Also we ha gwara even us not enwere ebe ọ nọpụtazie onye ka na-agba m ihe a onye a dị ready igbu onwe for Simon na Nnamdi Kanu. So all ya gwara m si hụ na ọwụ ha asị. So mgbe anyị Dr. Rebeze gamara Finland, ihe ọ gara ghọọ dị awụ mgbọ. Men na-agbalaga. Ya emechaa the declaration, ụmụ nwoke ewere akụkọ. Nwanne ihe a wee eziokwu. Ha dọjichara. Ha hụ na ọ nọ na dị atụ wezi. Ha bịamazie.
Some of them got Finland because none of them was in Finland.
Yes, now because the information I believe that almost any Gabia from all over the world. Oto Shigwa na
Emeka gives no go online and I pass go na ekwu na no go declare go every aka na one na.
Oh no, kata onye DOC na-ege ntị ọwụ chino ha mama ihe dị ha na-aga.
No if I get me.
Oh yes, oh yeah, at that time, and always joke. But you see that Dr. Rebeze, all we actually know now about is the history of the declaration. And we're burning in the why. Chike and most women who had made the redeclaration, either the redeclaration or declaration, or now carry why. But you cannot arrest them, you cannot go and get them, you can't catch a woman. All we here go through that yesterday can confirm because the guy Hungarian everybody nearly called me here. No patron like this. Ya knows the Biafra been declared. But near here police who na Finland everybody brought that thing. So most of them run a hiding place so that they them make up there. So Dr. Rebeze such as here. half na story. Anyway, all from the hand Kai. Amaham age go, but more na agbago okwu a. Age m no. Mụ na gị na-ekwu okwu na-egba m eziokwu maazị ka not because I am a psychologist. Mụ na gị na-akpa nkata na ị na-agba m okwu. Amago m ihe okwu ahụ ga-end ma ọwụ ihe ịchọrọ ikwu, but ọwụ m ga-aga m agbasị gị debe ihe ịchọrọ ikwu. But ihe ahụ nọ n'obi m will end ọ ga-end ihe ahụ ịchọrọ ihe ahụ. Yes. So akarịgo m mpụta m hụ ebe a na-akọ rubbish m ga-wụrụ part of it. No, now. For what regain or reason? How?
But EJ got one in a million.
Hey.
I'm
report akpọgo m onye isi anyị ka m report ọra ya. But ndị na-ege ihe ga-anụchago n'ihe a. So ije amaka. So hapụ ihe story ndị a ha na-akọ abeg.
Emechiri biko izute chen nọ ị ga-eme ka ị kwuo.
Ya ga-ekwu.
Kama because no.
Exodus ọka daddy.
On ya.
Si ya gbanwee si akpọ m.
Okay. Exodus.
Yes, ka ntị ọnụ n'okwu achọrọ m ikwu kamgbe.
Exodus kpọọ m si akpọ m.
Daddy o.
No, wait. I think we have to.
Exodus, are you there? Okay. Triple M, Garilu.
Okay, my brother. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I'm here now.
One few minutes.
Okay, Daddy.
All right, I'll continue.
Nah, go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Daddy. You are welcome, sir.
Yeah.
You are welcome. Thank you so much for the information. You did well. As a udo dịrị gị nna m ịgbalịala nne enide m ịjụ gị ajụjụ ọbụla maka na ịtala ụkwa ji eze onye Igbo asị m awa PM mbụ awa oman domere anyị ebe anyị nọ taa mere anyị ihe anyị ji nọrọ ebe a taa o nwee okwu o kwuru after ịkọrọ ihe ịkọrọ ya ọ mmadụ ka ọ ga-enwe shock, yes, because ọ nụbeghị nke ahụ mbụ anyị nwa na onwe ga-agbakọ na otu o si efolo ya ịma o nwere ọnọdụ ị ga-anọrọ ị n'idighị ịkpawa oke ọ ka inwe ike na-enwe access to everybody mụrụ onye dị ụtọ ọrịa maka nna na-amụsị ụmụ nne na nna na-amụsị ụmụ dobe n'ụlọ onye ọbụla nwere agwa nke ya dị iche ọ gaghị eji na onye nke a na-akpọ dị agwa ya achụpụ ya ma ọ gbapụta ya azụ onye ọbụla bịanụ ya welcome mana ọ ga-eruo mmadụ gbara bịa sị na-ekwe ihe nwa gị ya mere ọ ga-asị gị yes onye a yes ama m onye ọ ga-emenwe ọdị ihe a ekwere nke ya ga-abịa jụọ sị gị na-ekwe ihe nwa gị ya mere ya sọ onye ka ị na-ekwekwu ya mba ọ nwa m dị ihe a ọ ga-emenwe ọdị ihe a ama m ọdị ihe ọ ga-eme awa PM nwe ihe ọ sara gị ọ sị gị na ihe ọ na-ele anya na-awụ recognition. That's a big question. One now, when you talk of recognition, they not in position, not at the strategic point for that recognition. Aqua USB. That is about me in am I coming out? Am I coming out? Oh, am I coming out? When I'm Masikai, what's going on?
My brother, I'm not even.
Okay. Okay. Now it is clear to us now.
My baby.
All right, no problem. Now let me go on. It is clear to us, and I don't even need a prophecy to prophesy to me, because I already know. When our PM says that people are asking, what are we going to gain in this our declaration? And he made it open to us and made it clear to us. All these people parading, fighting against our DPM, saying that the government is government of Ngozi. Government of Ngozi. They believe in making noise, but we have gotten all the certificate requirement for it to be recognized. This is to tell you that our PM is on the line. He really know what is going on. He need the because now I declare recognition. So my genuine fellow Biafran, let us not mind all these affiliates that call themselves doctors and daughters of them that don't want to acknowledge the facts that we have already declared, and they are talking of calling other countries to come and help them without them doing anything. This same thing, our leader Madina Kano has been visiting UN. They asked him to go and be doing something. Today, USB have done that. These able-bodied men, now they are left from their right, are still repeating that same thing. Our leader Martin Carlo was in that period. After I got me here. Now keep as well. Let them keep ranting. After all, during the time of America, there are church leaders that kicked against their freedom. Prominent men that kick against their freedom. You and I know their history. Meet our brother Mazichun or Biafra TV platform or Biafra USB Research TV. Go and go and educate yourself. Thank you, my brother. You did it marvelously well. Another one, maybe quickly, our living hero, living legend. Mazi Odogwelugu. Ekenem gị ebe ọ bụla ị nọ. Ekenem gị maka na ọ bụrụ na ọ bụrụ gị. Ha kara ịgba nwanne anyị nwoke nna anyị Olipansi for the fact that Chukwuka Abia use you to pave the way. We appreciate you. Mazi Odogwelugu, thank you so much. Thank you so much. My people at the comment section, I recognize you people. Not that I forgot. It's the condition that we are into. But however it is, we are in this matter together. Biafra is reigning. Biafra is reigning. East, west, north, and south. If you don't know it now. My happiness today is that it doesn't matter all the groups that have been shouting Biafra, Biafra. If they like, let them do it on their own way. But the people that hold the mandate and the legacy for the freedom is USB. Those other groups are announcing our success. We are going home. Thank you so much. We move. Support
thank
USB.
you so much. Thank you. God bless you. So, Mazi Greg, are you still here with us? Mazi Greg. Okay.
Yeah, Mazi, thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, my greetings, Biafrans. Our brother PM. Thank you so much for your effort. That is amazing. Because now, as now, yeah, so Chrissy, Jeff, report. Thank you, and God bless you. And thank God for our PM who is still alive and with health. We don't get everything. Because now, I can't say I don't to get here. I'm catching out for winning my phone. So that's why our prayers will always go for him and our but after all this rain, may God help them to see the sun shine. That is our prayers. And ndị nke nọ n'iro na-agbakọ mbọ dịka otu anyị si gba mbọ dị for our PM. Onye onye nwa nke ọ na-eme ya na-eme elela anya n'azụ. So God bless you and God bless all those fighting for freedom and those doing their best. May God make us all to see our handwork and witness Biafra. Yeah, Maz, thank you so much. Yesterday, on the program, I was speaking like this before, and they come to life, then we have to stop. I appreciate your effort as well. I think it's I thank God yesterday for the Remembrance Day. The whole Biafrans witnessed what happened all over the whole world. Biafrans stand up and they shows indeed that they are real Biafrans. Mandela Meya with good faith, Mandela Meya to make a sure, Mandela Meya for Biafra to come. The most important thing is the world witness that is people that call Biafra, and there is something that happened on that.
Master Greg, please, once you after your submission, please give the mic to Obi-Wan. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, yeah, before I carry on, let me go and take notes. So when I finish, please remind. So, my dear friends, yeah, before I touch concerning our brother Onichi's this thing, let me start with the program of today. Program of today, we had a kind of message yesterday, the witnesses and what happened to Biafrans. They suffer. Our people suffered years, getting to 60 years now after the Biafra-Nigerian war. The outcome, the pain our people suffered during that war, the denial of rights, our children's that denied food, starved to death, more than 3 million to 5 million people, according to the people who were eyewitness during that time. The whole Biafra land was full with dead body. And the world saw those things and they kept quiet for those years. There is no single family in Biafra that did not have share of any grave in their family. No single family in Biafra land. Many died because of hunger. Many died because of gun. Many died because of the shock. Many died because of so many reasons in Biafra land. And today we are here. Most of us, we are born during that time. Some we have witnessed the Biafra war. Some were born after the Biafra war. And today, the same thing that caused that Biafra war is still happening. If you watch all the whole witnesses, what our people went through, and then you imagine what is still happening today, we are witnessing ourselves. And then you imagine what happened that time when there was no internet, when there was no media, no camera. There's nothing that will happen that people will use their telephone and catch or camera and catch what happened. Except if a journalist or whatever, the ones they will go at the open place and take the picture. Then you use what is happening now and imagine what happened that time and what the Biafrans, especially the Igbos, went through. Why somebody will come out and deny that he is no more Igbo? So you would imagine that drama. Why some of our brothers in the riverine or in the after River Niger side, some of them will deny, I am not Igbo. So that will show you the kind of pain that makes somebody to deny his father or his mother, that I am not from this family, because for him to survive. There is a clip that somebody sent me yesterday, and that clip is showing that Pope Leo origin is black. I don't know if any person here has seen that clip. The history about Pope Leo, this present Pope. I don't know anybody here have gotten that what is on the media on the this thing now. So that immediately after he was elected Pope, so people went to dig. They started digging his origin. So the Pope, this present Pope, origin is black from they say from Haiti or what in South America. So probably Pope Leo parents were half black, half white. And then after many years, they immigrated into America. And they started living in America at a point when the blood come out, so they denied black. They denied their race from black. So for them to be able to succeed in America. That is the truth. Because the Pope come out now and apologize about what the church did during the time of slavery and what the Europeans did against the African. So for someone who come out and deny his father, his origin, so you imagine the trauma to the extent that somebody will deny what or where he came from. And that is for you to understand what happened to Biafrans. I have not heard in any place in the world where somebody would say, I'm no more from this race. Even though your name is Chukwuma, Ekene Chukwu, Chukwuemeka, and you deny it. It tried to show you the kind of suffering that people went through. And they asked them, and that is why yesterday when we are talking, when I was speaking yesterday, I said the people are saying that Biafrans lost the war. For me, on my own side, the way I see it, or the way I'm still seeing it, we did not lose the war. Yes, Nigeria won the war politically. But the war, the purpose of that war was not political, it was spiritual. They wanted to enslave us and force us into Islam. So because they did not succeed, that is why they come back again to start doing what they're doing. If they have been able to succeed and push at least half of the Biafrans into Islam, I'm telling you today, there will be nothing like all this problem because almost everybody will be Ghana Christian because they have achieved their aim. Because in this first Biafra war, Nigerian Biafra war with them, they did not achieve their aim. That is why they are coming for the second time to do what they're doing now. So any person who is saying Biafra lost the war, we did not lose the war because the purpose of that war is to Islamize us, but they did not succeed. That's why they come for the second time. So people should be seeing it in that way. So why am I saying this? Is because when you look at what our people are doing, those people who wake up every morning, who gathered with you as we gathered here now, followed Snam Dekan, followed Simon Ekpan, and there's all we are talking about Biafra, just Biafra, like our brother Mike Arnold. Say when you come and say Biafra. And when they be saying this Biafra, it is not entering into their heart. They didn't even understand what they meant with that Biafra. They don't understand what the freedom is all about. They don't even understand what they are fighting for. Some are coming because their friend comes. Some come because the way Nandi can speak. He's a very eloquent. He's a handsome guy. He's an orator. They like him only for them to be listening to Mazen Nanikan, but they never digest to the things Mazen Nanikan is preaching and what even his family, his brother and sister don't even understand him. And the same thing to our PM Simon Ekpanjo. Many don't even understand him. That is why you see today, I hear when this my brother was talking about 100 men. So if people were sincere in their heart, everybody will be talking about 100 men. If people were sincere in their hearts, this redeclaration in America would have been like when if they have gathered, if they had gathered as a black people, as the Igbos, as the Biafrans in America, believe you me, when the Americans will see their gathering, the huge, the hall, the stadium they will rent as people who want freedom, and they will make a speech one after the other. Tomorrow, nobody will tell Trump to go and announce Biafra is recognized. But you can see somebody like people who are lying to themselves, not fooling with their lying. It must not. It doesn't matter whether somebody is a priest. It doesn't matter whether somebody is a pastor. What matters is his conscience. If his conscience is dead, after all, it's not a pastor who will read, go into the Bible and see where Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed. It's not a priest who will go and open his Bible and see why Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed. But still, he will be coming out to promoting working and why. And he himself is involved. Or now have a priesthood here. Now, but for the deceive themselves, who is a priest? He got more to prevent that this, and then not people with conscience. So when all these things are happening, you'll be imagining those who have fellow mass in that kind, and those who are his brothers and what they're doing. You before our brother Irishman God came in, there's something our brother was talking. I mean Exodus about the Arnold. Can you remember when Arnold, after that visit with the United States of Biafra independent media, with you, Chino, Adam, Simon, and our brother Exodus. After that, the following day, I told you that Mike Arnold is a man. If you watch him, he is a person who can tell you he cannot kill chicken, even when he knew that he can kill life. So when you see somebody, when you follow somebody, you try to pieces every word that person is talking and know where that person is going. That's why when some people started from the earlier time attacking him, I told you I have been following him both in X, both all the interview, both when he hosts press, and you have to digest and understand who somebody is. Now, before this 100 men, or before this Sokoto declaration, he came 2 days and had program with United States of Biafra, and before he went on this 100 men Sokoto declaration as they gathered, which for him, what he wants is Biafra unity. But little will he knew, or will he understand, but later he will understand. Because the point there is when you're following any person that has smelled or breathed the air in Nigeria, when you're going with that person, you have to be extremely careful. Until that person will show his full color. When you watch Mike Arnold, he told you that he went to Nigeria to hold a program. He sent money for NHA. NHA is an Igbo man. This man in Benue. They have money to hold program. When that program want to come, because he knew the political or whatever that program would bring, that man have to cancel it. And he would hold the money that was sent to him. And he's a pastor, a very big pastor. Because he knew the truth will come out. For him, that is not what is important for him, is not the truth, but it's money he's making in the church. Today, Mike Arnold, did he have a good record or in the good book of Mike Arnold? No. He know him as a big pastor and a mega pastor, but where is his record? He doesn't have good record. So that is why when he have doing anything with somebody who have breathed the same air in Nigeria, you have to be very, very careful. So these 100 men, one day Mike Arnold will come up and understand some of those priests that are gathered with one Mazinan, and he will understand the brother of Mazinan that is not honest. Because any person that is honest looking for Biafra and have not come to realize what Master Monepa is fighting, what Mazinan is fighting, and why they must align themselves with the Biafra they declared, and they're still going looking for one way. Check from A to Z. How many of them from beginning to the end that is fighting for Biafra and to recognize Biafra? If it's not a United States of Biafra, none of them. Is Baba telling you to recognize? I don't know who talking about recognizing of Biafra. Is a Mama now talking about recognizing of Biafra? Is a 100 men talking about Biafra? None of them. Then what are you fighting for? Why is Muslim languishing in Sokoto prison? If not because of Biafra. And why are you not talking about the purpose and why Muslim is in the prison? Maybe he doesn't like to live in a normal house or have a normal family or have friends. Or the same thing will happen to my John. So when you gather all these things, our people, some of them are still very, very far. And that is why I continue to encourage those people who understand what this freedom is all about to continue doing what they're doing. This is the result our brother Olichi is bringing because he went to see things on his own. But people have been going there. When they come, they tell you it's only when you see Muhammad have God. He used the suffer of Simon and turn himself into God that you have to see him before you see Simon. Because Simon is his boy. Simon is not the Biafra child or Biafra son or the prime minister of the Biafrans. He is now a servant to a slave to a Muhammad. So you must see Muhammad before you see Simon Eber. So sometimes people don't reason or don't think what they do or what they say. So that's why they have to go there, and when they come, they will want to use him to make money. So that they have to go through him, or go through Ombam, or all those GC, or I don't know what they call themselves, before you can see a man that is serving the whole Biafra, and who is in prison because he wants freedom of his people. And some people just corner it and make it as a priority that you have to see them before you see that man. Is that not show you that they are evil? So I don't know what again somebody can use to say or to show that somebody is evil. I think I have to give other people's time to talk, because sometimes when you start talking, you will not even remember those who are online to speak on their own mind again. So I think I have to give people a chance. If I have opportunity again, I will still learn my mind. Thank you, and God bless Biafra. Mazi Obi-Wan. I think Mr. Obi. So you can carry on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Greg. And special honor to Mr. Olusegun God. I really appreciate you sharing your visit to our PM. It's good to hear. Not that I'm panicking that Simon, our PM, doesn't know that Ketanoa. Na may recognize the USB. It's not because of that, but it's for the sake of those who are still living in delusion, who are still delusional in their way of life, that choose not to understand that where we are today was a plan that has been made long time ago with our Prime Minister. And that is where I keep having problem with the so-called IPOB DOS. Like the gathering, the thing Mr. Kai was playing here before. And when I sit down sometimes, I get so confused somehow, and I look at these grown men and I wish to ask them one question. What is the objective of DOS IPOB? Are they planning on later becoming the government that will rule Biafra? Like, let's say, na enyemaka na now. Is it all about converting the executive of DOS to now start leading? Is it not okay that even if for the fact that they are waiting for Nnamdi Kanu, that they start putting things in places? That's why when I look at what we are doing in USB and look at what they are doing, I can see that the people that are more ready for a nation is actually USB, because every structure is being put in place. Ngayoli. I don't know if you guys understand what I'm talking about. You need to be, if you are pursuing something, you need to be ready about it. There is no government from the outside, just like Mike says, that you don't expect the US to come and fight for you. There is no country that have right over another country's sovereignty. If you decide to, if US now starts pushing on, not that it's not in their decks, but they can't come directly to say we want to divide Nigeria, because they wouldn't want somebody to do that to them. So it becomes something very important that, just like, for example, in Iran, in Venezuela, people were talking about, hey, US want to take over Venezuela, but they made it, they put it out there that it's just the president that they want, that they're not trying to do whatever. And you can see that they replaced the president with a vice immediately. They just wanted to stop the cartel of a thing. The same thing goes to Iran. In as much as Iran, the US is bombing the regime in Iran, they make sure they still let you understand that the last people that will finish the job is the citizens of Iran. With all of this example, that should have let us understand that the power lies in our own hand. That we have to be serious as well, because it's so confusing that people are still just so comfortable being in the structure of DOS without no, like, any future and any plan. They are not showing any, like, check out after when we all joined autopilot from IPOB. Simon Ekman was actually, while educating us or exposing Nigeria, he was still laying down the plans. That was how generating of documents came about. Telling you that if we don't do this, we are just making noise. And I understood exactly what he was talking about. With what Chino was saying, the exposure Chino is doing as well, it gives you a sense of belonging, that you are in the right place, because we are moving somewhere. Before you know it, DPM got a place in DC for our embassy. These are things you should keep putting in place. Asiziage on your mask, okay, let's go. K-pop also. But I don't see the plan of the so-called DOS, because it seems like even if you give them another 5 years again, They will still be on IPOB leadership. The only thing they want to do is whenever it suits them, they come and send somebody to come and tell you, we are canceling sit at home, or we're not canceling sit at home. They just want to make it like a cult group where they control, since they cannot get a position in Nigerian government. Now let them, as now they kind of have built an office for them to, because I think they are trying to push Ohaneze out of the way so that they will start now doing the job of Ohaneze and Debo. Because I think they believe that since Ohaneze is not playing their role, IPOB leadership will now be involved. Anọkwa meeting with the governor. Anọkwa the governor adonye ya cha. Anọkwa ama magamagaman. Those kind of a thing. But the most important thing is, what is the way forward? This is what I want. I want anybody that is listening to Methuselah, IPOB leadership, Shinas Anworo, whatever, who even Ogen Kere as well. What is next? In USB, I can tell you what is next. Recognition is on board. Every day they're telling you, I'm not there, a book telling you the also place. You can still see that the USB is pushing in a way that we can be able to go home. I know in the level of high need is for people to recognize that we are a sovereignty now. But all our fear, I can be in an I can be in let's say Boy Scout or Boys Brigade. That I know that Norway will safeguard the church and all those kind of a thing. I can understand that is all we have to do. I am not there, but this is a different case. We need to be moving forward because we cannot be in this struggle for so many years and things are going wrong. And the Fulani people are actually pushing forward their agenda. Meanwhile, we are busy talking about the DOS listing. It's wrong. And I can see people that I believe that they are doctors and reverends and all those kind of a thing, and they are so comfortable coming out every year and they don't mind celebrating Heroes Day outside the country every year. Every year they go and circle in Germany, put a speaker in the middle of the field and run around. Uchechi will come and entertain them because I saw a video where she was entertaining them whether she can speak Abreba or she cannot speak Abreba. They love that kind of lifestyle. I know I made a little bit of travel, to see themselves. Ndị feature ibe feature ndị plan malego need na pause. It's just office. And that's why they all find it difficult to leave office. Onye si apụọ na time ya agago ka etinye onye mara ihe a na-alụ ọbawa the next na eje fọm nke ya ọ fọmụzie nke ọsizie na nke a ọ nọ na ya before na nke a ada emetezi ya. Meanwhile, you were there for the longest time. You were there. So my problem with them is not that, but I was happy yesterday that at least there was one united force yesterday. There was one united force yesterday. And I wish that we can use that unity to identify exactly what we want. I don't know if any of you noticed that everybody anchored on our fallen heroes, whether you are in fallback or you are in CRCO or you are, hold on, sorry, excuse me. Okay, so sorry, man, is my My landlord was talking. So all I'm just saying is I think that now we are old enough to actually grab what we want and think faster than
Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Just give Exodus want to go make a submission before Paul. You know, go.
Okay, before I pour Mr. Kai, ị na-ekwu mgbe na-eme na ọ na-ata m anya ntị alụ. Correct pronunciation is Mgbemena. I know of Ụkọchukwu Mgbemena. So okay, correct yourself because you've been making that mistake for a while now. Mgbemena. I don't know
Thank
if
you
you
so
remember.
much. Thank you. I appreciate
Alright.
it. Thank you.
Oh.
Just Exodus Mike also make a submission.
Yes,
You know, go.
Exodus, you can continue. I'm just saying the only thing I wanted to say is I don't see how comfortable these guys will be in DOS without having a plan on what next to do. That's where I'm finding it difficult with them. Or any other thing. You have to have a plan. In on a DOS, you have to be telling people each other ka join yage. What is next we're going to do. The same way Nnamdi Kanu took advantage of telling Biafrans this is where we are going to. But Nigerian government is not selling anything to Nigerian people. They are not telling you what is next we're going to do next year. Yes, I promise Ichage, they will give you electricity. You see that you are still in the same place. But everybody is in line with this Biafra, this thing, because Nnamdi Kanu sold us an El Dorado. Nnamdi Kanu showed us where we are going to. The most important thing you energize people to be involved with you is when you have a plan. Show me a plan. Come with my own idea. Onye ọbụla with their own idea. Can I work towards that? I cannot be circling in one thing. It's stupidity. Every day I keep talking about anything. We come and so most of Nigerian platform Mbiambanya Nanya like this Muamu and see this is what they will keep doing. Ndị Fulani a na-egbu ndị mmadụ. Afọ m a video of where ndị mmụọ mmadụ na ụmụ ikorobịa asụlọtacha na nkịtị ma nwatakịrị aka kwọ n'azụ mamụ ya ka kwọ ya n'azụ mana agbaghị mamụ ya isi dị nwatakịrị akwọ n'azụ na-ebe akwa. And every day Dr. Damage and all the rest are comfortable inviting ndị bi US na ndị bi Germany na ndị bi Finland na onye ọnwụ na-abịa gbanye kamera ya na-asụsụ oyibo. Nothing is being done. Ha ga-asụgide oyibo a and na-asị celebrity come and put your mouth. People to say your mouth, what are you doing? They say action speaks louder than voice. Until ibidi konyeji na ana ebe a na-azụ ana, whatever that is happening will not change. Struggle taught me I can't keep gossiping all the time. Change. It will never change. You have to apply action. Something. This struggle I know now, we are lucky that name and phone did not confuse what we are doing. Not suppose in about post. But I forget that if you are not smarter than these people, they will still win you. Always God who that Obatobie is smart. Obatobie is winning this war because he knows exactly what he's doing. Obo people like Adadi Rama and Vam people see Libya Weje Obodo that doesn't understand what is going on. They believe will not meet no mona kaneme. Mba apụta ka akọwa asịrị onye akpọ ibi eyi onye akpọ ibi eyi. Now watch Adadi Rama yesterday a program where Basaga. This is the kind of brain they have. You can't expect them to think like Obatobi. You can't expect them to think like Nnamdi Kanu. You have to be smart. Now watch the way I see things. Probably less understood might even be into what Simon Ekpa is doing. It can still be a plan. Sometimes you can be a bad boy. Come and sit Magi with There are so many things that is going on the ground that we ourselves we are not actually seeing. Underground. Somehow, somebody needs to be a bad boy. I'm not saying that Alexander Stott did it well by locking up Simon Eber, but I'm opening every space available because you don't just go in one front, otherwise they will catch you. So you have to, you guys are quite like in the kind of that's 100 men. It can be something in your balloon when I buy it till I check what time. And it's quite time on three. So you have to be putting your enemy in confusion as well. They themselves are smart too. Each and every here as well, because they designed the system that kept your people in this situation. Somebody that put you in this situation without you knowing that you are in slavery. How do you think that person is not smarter than you? So you have to be smart as well. So it be enough for some non-entities that come out from the village that have never read any book in their life. All they do is to eat and shit and do whatever, and they come and they tell you this is how you do it, as if they have done it before. If you follow them, that is my take. May God bless the United States of Biafra. Thank you. Mr. Exodus, you can take the mic.
It's all right. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Kai, for putting up this program. And I want to greet one more time, once again, to everybody on our studio. And at least let me drop my submission before I sign out. My family is waiting for me. I'm going to take them for dinner. This is weekend. We thank God for today. We thank God for what is happening. We thank God for yesterday, for the success of the Memorial Day. Biafrans, we were able to speak with one voice for the first time in history. There was no division. Everything was about Biafra. Everything was about Biafra yesterday. I'm very, very happy when I saw this program today and I met this program. Thank God I was privileged to be part of this program. And the Sokoto Declaration by Arnold and Mazidan Dekano, 30th May 2026. When I heard the declaration, the Sokoto Declaration, I was very, very impressed. And may God bless Mr. Mike Arnold for that wonderful presentation. That is a very, very good sign to every Biafran all over the world, both home and abroad. The Declaration of the United States of Biafran government is the end product of every agitation. That one is well established. I like when Obi was talking, he says, what is next? What is next? When you realize your problem, you talk about the solution. We have a problem. What is our problem? Our problem is that we've been with Nigerian government before, and that Nigerian government means death to us, means elimination to us. Now, the solution is that we must leave from Nigeria. And we have left Nigeria by our referendum. And after our referendum, here comes our declaration. It is obvious, it is official. So now, what is the solution? The solution now, after this declaration of the Sokoto Caliphate by Arnold was trying to pass a very, very solid message to Biafrans all over the world. A message of unity, for us to unite, for us to speak with one voice. Now the question, Aworo, how can we speak with one voice? How can we be united? Some of us have different mindset of thinking. Some of us are creating group after group, which is still a problem for them. Now we have a message to these people. We have a message. And this message to these people that are creating division, that don't want to align themselves with the United States Biafran government that has been redeclared. We have a message for them. I said that na ewu na-eso onye ji igu. Ewu na-eso onye ji igu. Ndị be anyị na-atụkwilu wee na-asị that na onwe na-ahapụ ebe a na-echi ọzọ gawa ebe a na-arụ agwụ. All stupidity ka ọ. So it's the high time for Biafrans now to unite now. That way, the unity of Biafrans is now, or tomorrow. Or now, or tomorrow. And the Ebekage unite, Ebekage wanted that unity out. United States of Biafran government, Ebekage wanted that unity out. Official. Then if we, after listening to Mr. Mike Sokoto declaration, you call yourself a Biafran. You see nigga continue to create a fashion. You see nigga cannot continue to call DOS. You see nigga continue to call Honest and Digo. You see nigga continue to call Ichirige to vote 2027. One, you are bringing cost upon yourself. Eliwa agaba harage. Eluwa agaba harage. Aja Alibo agaba harage. As a Biafran, take it to the bank. Mazinan Kalu is the supreme leader of Biafran government. Mazinan Kalu is the president of Biafra, the United States of Biafra. Mazinan Kalu is the president. Samunakba the prime minister of the Biafra. Actually, the opportunity to work in Oluchiwago station in Finland. I will try information. The information I will try and what that now. When they try to privatize, when they not try to privatize, Samunekba who our prime minister, which is very, very impossible. And Samunekba Nelanya Ketana our prime minister is the prime minister of Biafran. Where I'm trying to age you, when they claim just like Mazika when the here, some elderly men in America. And they talk nicely. I heard them. They were so passionate. They said it how it's supposed to be. But my question now to use it to them. This thing for Anako. On how they are aware that Biafra is going to declare. How they are aware that Biafra is going to declare. Then they heard about this man, Makano, talking about unity of Biafra. What stopped them? There was a solution to them. How that happen here for Anako. They will find their way to American government, to a Biafran government. You must find your way to Biafran government. DOS is being the DOS because they declare an enemy of the freedom. So when you talk about unity, when we have the DOS there, they are not part of this freedom. But if you are an IPOB, which is an indigenous people of Biafra, you're only under one fashion or the other outside the USB. After hearing my Arnold declaration of Sokoto, he gave me now. I got be srige word. I got basic I got paint where word. I got basic I got apa. Or we are going to pepper soup. If I join no USB. A money fair today. Get you money fair now. Drop a hini now on me. Drop or that group on a form. We're also need Parakiti katakataka to USB no. Or USB with the true government, the official. Nime USB, back you with your ID card. Nime USB government, back you with your official passport. Nime USB government, bank recognition, bank. When you are in Fanako, Bagasi can recognize this movement. All USB government, I got Choguma with DOS. I got Choguma with Wazurike. I got Choguma with Hanes and Debo. I got Choguma United States of Biafran government, get back and I go, how do you official? As we speak now, the United States of Biafran government documented on Washington, D.C., on America, on the White House, on the European Union, on the UN. They didn't even create all this program. They don't have anything. They don't have any documents. So don't allow any person to deceive you. My cano, the Mechagoran, my cano is not Kuchago, all the Chakorana of Ogalorano, Kuchaguini no Kipu. The man have already tried. So say again, this foundation will be located now. Biafran must unite now. Speak with one voice, just like in the Fulani government, in the Fulani, and the whole Nigeria. For Fulani, how they feel? How they feel? Imagine when Ethiopia, Nigeria, the Nigerian as a whole, we get unity. Nigeria, no. But to have the united in evil. But the different thing now how United States of Biafran government is united for good. Had united for peace, had united for fairness, had united for equity and justice, and had united for progress. So when you refuse, when you reject this government, Chineke na tarafu, Chineke na mechara anya anyị, ọrụkwa hopes of them mercy. ọkwa obere gọọmenti, ọkwa obere gọvanọ ndị Fulani jichiri ike wee nye ya, ọ lụtara na ọgụ bata apiriko ka ndị mmadụ chịrị ibe ịnara ya, ndị mmadụ wee chịa ọchị na statement ya. Achọrọ m kunu paraphrase statement of Uzodimma. Ọkwa gọọmenti nke Chukwunna mechara ya mechara dịrị ndụ wee fụ after nna anyị ha fightwara egbuo millions of people. Anyị emechara nwee gọọmenti. At the end of the day, anyị mechara nwee gọọmenti. Anyị were anya mụ na gị ji enye anya ji eri ji na-eri ede ọnụ wee fụ ya. Anyị nwakunu chọrọ ka anyị wee hapụ bịaba ka anyị nunu bịaba na-abịa arụ aka n'ike na-eshi n'imi a na-akụkọ aka IPOB. There is nothing like IPOB as a group anymore. There is nothing like Ohanezes in Nigeria. There is nothing like Igbo under one Nigeria anymore. You have the problem if I now government now United States of the government go everything fall into. And if you refuse to fall yourself into Biafran government, one if you go now and if you go forever. So in conclusion, Samanekpa is the Prime Minister of the United States of Biafra. There is nothing like privatization of Samanekpa. They did not believe for Naga Finland and I gave visit Samanekpa. One day, they got there. Go and ask for the heads of Samanekpa. Go and ask Joy someone in Apata Naga on Apata. Then Uzomon is the when he's coming out soon. When he come out, I'll get Janya will borrow a result. United States of Biafran government have taken the space. And you could go and you go. When you're rejecting United States of Biafran, if you are outside USB, one in outside grace, and make you every day. And when you fight against United States of Biafran government, you are fighting against grace, and they got the disgrace, and they got the destroy. May it never be your portion. Don't say you are not told. Don't say you are not won. Maybe on our watch. Biri kambiri, our crime. Self-defense, our crime. Ndị na-abịa egbu anyị ji egbe na mma na-abịa egbu anyị. It is your duty. One ordinary catapult, jide catapult. Catapult a kpekwasị ekpere na ya si Chineke nna. Eji m ego nje ego oshishi. Eji m ego nje ego nke a na-akpọ ya machine gun. But eji m ego catapult. Catapult a Chineke nna. Onye ọbụla sị ka ọ bịaba chụwa m n'ezinụlọ m chụwa community a Chineke nna mgba catapult a ka ọ gbagbuo dị iro m. Nwanne ihe Chineke na mere n'ebe David nọ ọ ga-emekwa ya n'ebe anyị nwa nọ because our weapon of our warfare is not carnal, it is mighty through God. I love you all until I come across our way some other time. Mazika, thank you so much and thank you lovers of freedom all over the world. Long live Mazna Nikalo, long live PM Samanekpa, long live Dr. Ngozo Rabeze, long live the forces defending our land, and long live every independent media defending our mandate and speaking the truth at all time. Long live all the lovers of freedom. I use my mind for now. God bless.
All right. Thank you so much, Exodus, for your submission. And Obi-Wan, I greet all of you. Please, we are going to wind down now because I've been busy with my child. So that's why you are not, I was not even relaxed. I'm going to run down, I'm going to wind down and I will end it now because we have spent 5 hours. Please, thank you so much once again. I really appreciate you all. We're going to come back later tonight. Take care of yourself and bye-bye for now.